2 out of 4 platforms. 3 out of 4 platforms. And yes, now, in fact, 4 out of 4 platforms, folks. And that can only mean one thing. That means we are, in fact, live on Pocket Locker 86 on YouTube. Pocket Locker 86 on Twitch. Pocket Locker 86 on Twitter. And Pocket Locker 86 on Facebook. Just like the 4 horsemen of the atheist apocalypse, I am always coming to you via 4 channels. Why is that? Because, as I always tell you, champions have championship responsibilities, and we are taking over the internet. And you can't take over the internet on one platform. You can't take over the internet on 2 platforms. You can't even take over the internet on 3 platforms. We are always live on 4 platforms at once, and to be honest, we're not even focused on these platforms because I am becoming the king of Gather. We are taking over Gather. We are about offline online. We don't even need to be on YouTube. YouTube's kind of passe. I'm sick of the DMCA violations. I'm sick of the trolls. All I want to do is link up with the gang and have some fun. But speaking of linking up with the gang and having fun, let's talk about a person who's ruining a lot of people's fun. That being the hateful fuckface Jordan Peterson. That's right, Jordan. I make my education sound more impressive than it is. I pretend to be a psychologist, but really I'm undermining people's mental health. Fuckface, hate-filled Jordan fuckface Peterson, who's always fucking terrified of the atheist apocalypse to come because he knows that the new world order is atheist on top. Now, folks, the shit is pissing me off. We have successfully started a cult. But now, should we be starting a political party? Should we be starting the Pocket Locker Party? The Pocket Party? Fucking invite all the liberals, invite all the communists, invite all the socialists. Huh? Maybe we should take over. Maybe we should be promoting an atheocracy. Where we promote religious tests, and if you're religious, you automatically fail the test. We need civil leaders who are going to keep both feet firmly planted on the ground and focus on the progress we need to make one step at a time instead of turning over the motherfucking Constitution to these motherfucking theotards who want to create a fucking theocracy where I don't have the right to determine if I'm fucking pregnant or if I'm fucking trans, where black lives don't matter. I'm sick of the fucking anti-Semitism, the anti-this, the anti-that, okay? And today we're going to focus on you, fuckface Jordan Peterson, and some other fuckfaces. Now let's start this fucked up ass show.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. We're gonna hold on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just the front, nigga. Goddamn.
Too terrifying. It's too terrifying a reality to fully believe. I don't even know what would happen to you if you fully believed it. Again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Question that cuts close to the bone. Loss of faith in the idea of the individual. It is only the individual, after all, who suffers. The group does not suffer. And will be again rationalized and justified for its supposed benefits for the future of the group.
And thank you.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by PineCreek, the most high apostle of the cult of the flying man. He is none other than the outlaw prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Check. Dr. Heartbreak J, Pocket Locker, BUNDY! I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down that spot. Damn, all my angles look good. Are y'all ready? I don't think you're ready. I hope you got some motherfucking work to do.
Sexy boy.
This shit ridiculous.
I'm not your boy toy. I make them hot. I make
Them shiver. Things get weak. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk.
they hear me talk.
I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just the U.S. champ. I'm not a fucking chump. That mic flipped off.
Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy.
Attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach? OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas as low. You run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I made that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the game. And we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day. They still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. Lil' mama, she bad but complain. Cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane. And go get this money with Angie. I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang.
I get the bag with the gang. Money. Taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should come down. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style.
I get this check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get this check today, I spent it all tomorrow.
I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. go get the cake.
Then we link up with the gang.
OG, I draw up the play.
Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. All right. Let's go ahead and get into our communion. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's doing well. I'll go ahead and give y'all pocket change during the communion song. Just trying to get the cameras and shit together. A little bit of a issue with my microphones earlier, but they seem to be okay. I got to get one of them. I got to change the channel. One of them's on. Looks like our man Mike is going to be live at 2:30. We might check out just some of that. We'll see what's up. But yeah, let's go ahead and take care of communion. And make sure we've also got our airplane mode pulled up. Welcome. It's good to see everybody. YouTube Punk. Cameron. No, I'm not tired. I'm tired of my fucking computer. Hippie Smiles. Lena. Cameron Bennett. UC Love, Melody Joy. Appreciate all y'all. Lamont is in the house. Thanks for being here, everybody. Really, really appreciate it. No, I'm tired of these machines. I'm tired of sue all machines. I just did like a really thorough sound check. You know, Melody Joy and UC Love could tell you I've probably been up in my attire for probably 2 hours, right? Just checking everything, double checking everything, getting the new setup all done. You know. Right. Just checking everything, and then you do all that. Somebody's feeding me back to myself. I think probably UC Love or somebody. But yeah, it's that it's frustrating when you do your part, right? You check everything, everything's checked, everything's running, everything's good. You get one device going, the other device goes out, and then you're doing a sound check by yourself. Then you come back, shake that off, do all that, get ready for the second entrance. Then all of a sudden, your wireless mics decide to change channels. You know, they've been working flawlessly for fucking months at this point. So it's always something new every day, and I'm frustrated with the fact that my Mac isn't here yet. If my Mac was here, I wouldn't be having this issue. I need to get my streaming PC, so I'll talk to my boss about that again on Monday. I know the Mac we ordered. This is incredible shipping delay. I mean, literally, we ordered it in the beginning of the summer. So I'm still dealing with these issues I wouldn't be dealing with, but everybody's dealing with it. Everybody's dealing with shipping delays. Everybody deals with technical issues. Should have checked the mixer again. It's a thing I almost never have an issue with, so it's the thing I'm least likely to double check. Everything else was fine, and the mixer was working earlier. Should have checked it again after I rebooted. Restream, should always check those microphone channels. Just the last thing I was expecting to change. So just, yeah, it gets frustrating. I had an issue earlier before I went live with the sort of the capture card. It's an Elgato stream capture or whatever the fuck it's called. Game capture, I think it's called Elgato Game Capture. It's a great device, fantastic device. I've had mine for years. Works almost flawlessly, but every once in a while, it'll have an issue communicating with the USB bus. I'll need to restart that device a bunch of times. Then that was kind of knocking out the SamCam. Then I had to restart Streamlabs. So I ended up having to restart Streamlabs about 2 or 3 times. I had to switch USB ports around 2 or 3 times. So, you're crawling back behind the desk and unplugging and plugging shit. And so you do all that, right, just because you want to make sure everything's working. And so then you look like a jackass when you start your show and you don't have sound. And it looks like, damn, Jay, why don't you test your shit? And I tell people this. I test my shit more than anybody you've ever met in your life. Quite frankly, I test my stuff more than is reasonable. But that's why, because shit always goes wrong. None of us are foolproof. And even when you sound check and do all your tests, and you're rehearsed, and you showed up early and everybody's tuned, shit still goes wrong, right? This happens to my band all the time when you're in the middle of service. Sometimes the computer goes out or dies, or the worship pastor forgot to charge his fucking Mac, or you lose your click track, or you get a feedback in a microphone, and you're literally just sitting up there going, we just did this. We literally just did this. We actually, in real life, just did this. What the fuck has changed since when we did this 30 minutes ago? Answer, nothing. Right? It just, shit happens. But yeah, that's what I'm tired of. It's exhausting when you kind of do these really long technical difficulty things you have to do. They cost you hours of work and content, and you look like a jackass anyway. But yeah, that's just sort of a time thing, but it's fine. I gotta chalk it up to I'm running a studio. These things take time. I gotta have a conversation with my advisors next week about that, because the frustration I really have, to be honest with you, is that I have a meeting coming up in a few hours that I'm gonna have to end the stream for, and then link up with you guys in Gathertown, and I don't like the way that interferes with the days that would otherwise be for me uninterrupted days to get a whole lot of shit done. I don't have many of those days. I have so many meetings. I have meetings on Monday, and Mondays are kind of my light day. They have to be, because I do so much on Saturday with the shows and the streams, and you guys know I have 4 shows every Sunday. So Monday tends to be my light day. Tuesday, I kind of get back to it. I try not to have any meetings. Wednesday, I don't have that luxury because I have meetings with Cliff and meetings with Rob, and I have to teach class. And so, a lot of time on Tuesday has to be spent getting ready for Wednesday. Then finally I get some time to myself on Thursday. And then I got to have these meetings. And so if my morning and early afternoon doesn't go quite as planned, I lose a lot of time. And then, Fridays, I like to, again, have more uninterrupted time, and I got to start getting used to going to bed earlier, getting up a little earlier. But yeah, that'll be fine. But now I've got some meetings on Friday. So I just gotta rebalance my schedule, move around some stuff. I'm probably going to be excusing myself from some meetings, probably some projects where I'm going to start to meet with people once a month, or once every other week at most. Do the same on some other projects, kind of flip them so I don't end up overwhelmed. But yeah, I'm excited, a lot to look forward to. Everything's been going fantastically, swimmingly. I've been really excited about the way everybody's embracing Gather. And the fact that has had everybody sort of embracing a lot of technology challenges. We've got everybody multi-streaming, and everybody's showing their screens and doing their own thing and making their own spaces, and, hoping to get going with James Apperson some more. I still feel a little bad about the way things went on James's stream the other day. I don't necessarily think it's a big deal, but I definitely want, James to be excited about, throwing down together in Gathertown. And of course it's fine if we use our own spaces. I just don't want him to feel like that's necessary. And I wasn't trying, it didn't go the way I wanted it to, or he wanted it to, I guess is what I should say. So it's always a little bit frustrating when you're trying to get something worked out. Like we were trying to just work on our technical stuff, trying to make sure everything was flowing right. Then you end up in the middle of a big tizzy. So, that's probably the only thing this week that's gone less than stellar, although it went stellar from a technical perspective, right? That was sort of the big thing that day, is we were trying to get the pipes flowing. And we did that. That worked out brilliantly. We got Derek in there. That piping worked out. I had a little bit of switchboard issues, so people were experiencing some problems, but it wasn't anything that couldn't be dealt with. It was just me not having the routing on the mixer done right. And once I did, everything was peachy cream and sounding great for everybody, which is awesome, because
trusty wing doing its job. I got to get another one of these things. I feel so desperately dependent on my Behringer wing. I love this device so much, but yeah, I gotta fuck around and find a way to get another one because I feel like if anything happens to it, I'm just fucked. Plus, let's be honest, I just want another one. Speaking of Behringer mixers, some of these issues I wouldn't be having because I have another Behringer digital mixer that came with our camera and our screen and this fucking awesome serious like studio renovation sponsored by the National Science Foundation. So we want to make sure we actually jump on our Avita Ed videos and really knock those out. So that's something we should really spend some energy on. Maybe we'll dedicate tomorrow and some time this weekend to doing that for sure, because we want to keep going. I'm so excited about everything I got going on academically. But yeah, it's my thing. I want people to leave me alone. I can't really have meetings. I'm trying to build something with you guys here. We're trying to rock shit out, get into this co-working and shit like that. And now y'all are seeing what it's like to work with me. I fucking hate meetings. I want to be left alone. I want to just do what I got to do. I'm pretty much self-directed, and so I don't like the amount of time I have to spend preparing to go into a meeting with people, and then it just drives me nuts. But I'm gonna be cool anyway. I'm gonna go in there and let Cliff and them kind of rock and roll on it. He's leading all the development stuff. Mike and Maria, part of our cultural evolution group. I'm very excited to we're doing some dope ass research, so I'm very excited about the group. But again, I'm just a little frustrated with how my day went today. And I might try to do this meeting every other week so that I don't overwhelm myself, but that's fine. There's some other people. The only people who do it every week are Mike and Maria. So I mean, it's all good. Just thinking out loud. But yeah. I'm good to go. I'm actually excited. I met with Cliff, man. Me and Cliff have had some incredible meetings this week. I know I try to stream my meetings with Cliff. We meet twice a week, Mondays and Wednesdays. But when we first started doing this, we established that we probably wouldn't stream every meeting just in case, either of us felt we had, the need to just focus on different things we need to do for our work, or just either of us didn't feel like being live, right? And this week, believe it or not, I know you guys probably don't think this happens, but it was actually me. it was my call. I just was kind of dealing with some bugs and stuff with my MABE code, and I've been sharing that and streaming that with you guys. And I'm going to stream, the results and where we're at. That's kind of one of the focuses today. So believe it or not, I just wanted to kind of kick it and have Cliff just be able to help me with my code and shit. And then we ended up kicking it. Like both days we met. We had a really good time. We met for a few hours together and got a lot done code-wise, and then just fucking kicked it and had some fun. Chit-chatting and shit. And then the last one I recorded, so I could show you guys some stuff from that if I need to review it at any point. And yeah, sometimes, like, again, that's why I'm frustrated. I want to get my other computer in here because I used to code and listen to me. I used to code and stream a lot, but I used to stream and record a lot. It was very natural in like Streamlabs or OBS. I always had the machine ready to just kick ass on stream and then make beautiful recordings. I could just hit the record button. But now it gets real wonky. Like if I try to record while I'm streaming through OBS, it just fucks up the stream. And then a lot of times fucks up the recording too. So yeah, it's kind of that deal. But yeah, look forward to probably next week we'll start streaming our meetings again. At least that's the plan. But yeah, it wasn't him or that we forgot or anything. I just decided that I wanted to meet off air. I do that a lot. I'm overall committed to streaming with you guys as much as possible, right? That's sort of my mission statement, is that I stream as much of my academic journey as I can, but I also recognize that there are good reasons to not stream everything. But this time it was nothing interesting or controversial, just wanted to relax and make sure I got some of these coding things dealt with. No big deal. Yeah, it's kind of fun too, right? You guys know I'm in the Gather. So that was the other type of vibe, right? Where I was in Gather as these things were happening. And so part of what I wanted to do for myself was like not be live on YouTube, but make sure, for instance, that Myron bot or Sam bot, and I think the first meeting it was one, and then the last time it was both, making sure that they kind of got set up so that I was streaming something in the office, so that if people were hanging out in the office with me on the ranch, you know, they had something to watch or listen to. I try to do that. I don't really need to do that. Obviously, you guys are all grown. You can all just go into the ranch or the beach or wherever you want to meet up and just chill and work and hang out together. You don't need me to be streaming stuff. But I'm an obnoxious fucking broadcasting nerd. And so a lot of the things I do are about taking on and addressing technological broadcasting challenges. And that one in particular is, given that we're focusing on Gather now, making sure that I'm able to stream something and broadcast something through a bot while I am personally somewhere else in a different Gather, in this case, the Virtual Evolution Lab, having a work meeting. So it's kind of like we all work together. I leave something playing in the office through the bots. I hook up the bots. I'm like, hey, Myron bot, I got to go to a meeting, bro, but I need you to, like, play everything so that the people can chill and have something to vibe with. Hey, other bot, yeah, you got to play something. Now, I'm in the options. I'm just in the fucking options. Now play some shit. You're a fucking bot. Don't talk back to me, bot, right? And then I dip. I'm like, yo, I got to go to a meeting. So I step out of the office real quick, go do my thing with Cliff, chill out, relax, do what I got to do, and then come back to the office. So if you want to feel like you're still connected to me at the time, hang out and fucking Gather and stop waiting for me to go live on YouTube, you moron. We're in Gather pretty much around the clock. I don't know why you're so YouTube dependent. YouTube's lame. YouTube's number 2. I'm sorry. Gather's a priority. YouTube's just not the cool kids anymore. No, I'm sorry. Hate to be the one to break it to you. Not really. I'm happy to tell you Gather's much better than YouTube. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you, man. Think about it. I'm live on YouTube. Everybody's streaming on Gather. It's like a team, like a gang stream. Look at these grays, man. These grays, man. I'm gonna start dyeing my beard. People are gonna realize I'm old. Oh, man. All right, so let's go ahead and get us some motherfucking communion. Day drinking, I would never day drink. This is communion. This is handling my priestly duties. I would never even think of it. Please, yeah, exactly, Carrie Ann. We're taking over the goddamn internet, and you can't just do it while you're live streaming. You have to do it, you know, Gather counts as the internet, y'all. Right? It's just not live streaming on YouTube. Just not broadcasting at the time. We're narrow casting, right? You could think of broadcasting as you just send your signal wide to everybody. But on Gather, we're narrow casting. We're hanging out with the friends, the gang, the fam, exclusive shit. Invite only. All right? Invite only. Very limited access. All right, now please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Good shit. All right, y'all. And now for our communion song. I ain't gonna lie. Let's do BBVW again. That shit was kind of fire last night. What up, Caterpillar? I see you. Yeah, it's mode time. It's all the commands time. It's communion time. It's cheers time. It's light time. It's mode time. It's broad time. Wait. That's count. Whatever.
The ones on the gram got perfect titties and asses. My girl, she loyal and lavish. She ain't showing off her assets just to level up her status. If she did, it wouldn't matter. She do her, not do me. I met a shorty through a link. Now we linking for some drinks. Conversation kinda big. First day, last day was in the base. On some MySpace top 8 shit. Headshots her favorite. The lust ain't gon' save us. Headed home to my main chick. Yeah, she might do some complaining, but I'd rather her than a fake chick who stuck on herself and she brainless. Focused on loving the same way. Don't got no time for the game, babe. We getting no fucking lame shit.
For sure, definitely dedicated to Caterpillar.
She got all the things that I
She told OG Roddy this was his song when he came on the stream. Y'all gotta check out that interview if you haven't seen it. That stream's called Airplane Mode. I think it was last week.
got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. Problem really is that bitch verse wife. Bad bitch verse wife. Bad bitch verse wife. Bad bitch verse wife.
That really is the problem, though.
She know she a bad bitch. We do this shit nightly. Make movies like Spike Lee. Take trips so you know that we sightsee. Shorty the wifey. Don't even need diamonds and niceties. I cut off my side chicks. For her, I cut off my side chicks, yeah. I'm up in the morning. My girl, she faithful and loyal. That's why she gets spoiled. But love, just keep us in order, yeah.
What's up, Stupid Horror Energy? Good to see you. Good to see you.
That I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is that bitch first wife. I can't sing,
But tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gonna ride for life.
the problem really is that bitch first wife.
Oh yeah, this mine. I'm gonna just play it. I'm gonna let it play. It's OG Roddy. I don't mind a little OG Roddy. Definitely feel like I'm in a better mood. Cuz coming through with the much needed vibes.
Who ordered expensive lobster and souffle? Now that'll be me. Had to pull up in that CP3. Now do you love me, Lil Key? Shot town to New Jersey.
We gon' pull up.
Hell yeah, I got the hook up. Anytime that you need me, we gon' pull up. Damn right, I got the hook up. And saying you gotta act brand new. Nah, I can't stand you. Had to bring you round just to show what the fam do. No text, no calls, no reasons to be involved. Young John Wall taking what's give it and get it off. Come on.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I ain't got a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for you. And I come get you and we bend them corners. No disrespect about me.
No disrespect about me.
City, so you know I'm about it.
So you know I'm about it.
I can tell you about it.
Now let me tell you
When
about
you
it.
playing, no, I had to shout it. Days I'm in the hood like what it is. I might just slide up on you like what up, bitch. Cause you know I like to play with you. Come spend the day with you, come kick it, seeing what it do. You feeling comfortable, I make the move. But now it's different though, I guess it's cool. You wasn't shy about my love, remember after school days when I picked you up. So now you fucked around and changed, almost messed it up. See, I ain't changed, baby, trying to catch a plane with you. Came back around to show you that I'm made for you. And here you go with the same old song on your weekend shit. I might just wish I never met her like Carl Tom is, but I ain't tripping no. Stay up on the grind, we gon' get some dough. And you got that good ass brain, I had to let you know. I really wanna let you know. Tell me where you wanna go and what you wanna know. Whoa.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I ain't got a lot of time living in the moment. In the city with the gas roll for ya. Can I come get you and we bend them corners? No disrespect about me. No disrespect about me. City, so you know I'm about it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you about it. Playing, no, I had to shout it.
So you know I'm about it. I can tell.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I ain't got a lot of time living in the moment. In the city with the gas roll for ya. Can I come get you and we bend them corners? No disrespect about me. No disrespect about me. City, so you know I'm about it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you about it. You playing, no, I had to shout it. No, I had to doubt it.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Whoops, feedback. Can you get the feedback? All right, come on. What are you doing on my screen, Holmes? It's like, nah, I really don't want to play. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go.
Story tonight, with just 20 days until the election, Republicans are
This was sent in by YouTube Punk.
brain cells needed to
There's a wild YouTube Punk.
And according to polls, voters are kind of digging it. One of those Republicans virtually tied with his opponent is Georgia Senate candidate Herschel Walker, who receives a daily briefing on who he is and what he's doing here. He's currently...
They can't hear this in... Oh, yeah, they can hear this in Gather. What am I talking about?
defending brandishing a police badge at a debate in effort to steal valor from America's most noble profession.
That's a badge that I was given by a police officer, and I do have the badge.
You have it.
I carry it with me all the time. It's a real badge. It's not a fake badge.
It's not a fake badge. It's a real badge.
Give me the right. Let me finish. If anything happened in this county, I have the right to work with the police and getting things done.
If you didn't already know Herschel Walker was a cop, you could have deduced it from his history of domestic violence allegations. Walker is just one of the self-appointed administrators of state aggression among the majority of Republican nominees, 291 in all, who've denied or questioned the outcome of the last presidential election. I assume questioned in the same way cheetahs are simply questioning a gazelle. And yet, despite these candidates' un-American tendencies, Americans tend to love them, according to CBS News polling showing them inching ahead. The good news is, if these people are in Congress, they're not ruining their daughter's wedding by announcing Joe Biden is the Antichrist. Joining me now to crack a news egg in the fact flour, form some truth dough, and enjoy a plate of fresh headline-alini is Democratic strategist who has talked about Bill and Hillary's marriage and therapy more than her own, Lydia Parker.
Good evening.
Chief Washington Bureau Chief, whose every member of his paternal line died driving a sob into a creek, Jonathan Keene.
Hello.
Chief Field Correspondent still working on telling the difference between helicopters and big bugs, James Smartwood Jr.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, Junior. Plus New York Times columnist who sends his friends 1,200-word essays on why they should have a great birthday, Charles Blow. Thank you for joining us, Charles.
Nice to be here.
Charles, what is your take on this shockingly even battle for Congress, keeping in mind this recording will someday be used against us in a very brief trial in a stadium?
Well, I see it this way, that people cannot maintain anger and rage. And that's not political, that's just a human psychological issue. And we realized that we had reached our max in the Trump years, and we are seeing it play out again in the midterms. It's not that people don't care about democracy, it's that they cannot maintain the rage necessary to champion that cause above all else, with other things feel more immediate and more urgent, like paying the bills, paying the rent.
Just get one out.
New house,
just get one out.
I'm just so confused as to how the richest country in the world with the most powerful army in history could fall prey to a governing philosophy blending capitalism and state violence.
I don't like Republicans' sudden overt push towards fascism. I prefer the more subtle creep of the past several decades.
Now, I know what's going on here. Every Democrat is locked in some kind of hell, wherein they must perpetually debate a chaos monster phantasm who they're trailing by 1 point.
Sure. Let's talk about what a Republican Congress would look like. Georgia Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene took a break from mailing pipe bombs to the New York Times to do a glossy interview with the New York Times. She wasted no time and plunged into offering thinly veiled political threats. I think that to be the best Speaker of the House and to please the base, Kevin McCarthy is going to give me a lot of power and a lot of leeway, she predicted in a flat, unemotional voice. And if he doesn't, they're going to be very unhappy about it. Charles, if Marjorie Taylor Greene's wing of the Republican caucus controls the House, what can we expect besides weekly mandatory national viewings of the original Little Mermaid?
I think Marjorie Taylor Greene understands what Kevin McCarthy will have to do as much as Kevin McCarthy does. He has, if he wants to be the speaker, he has to reflect the base of the party, and the base of the party wants vengeance. And so that is what they are going to do. They're going to launch as many investigations as they can. They're going to make them as public as they can. They're going to try to make the last 2 years of the Biden administration as embarrassing for him as they can, and use that as a way to try to win their way back into the White House.
The only way to stop Marjorie Taylor Greene is to lay a pull-up bar in her path and hope she exercises herself stupid.
You know, I look forward to Joe Biden hologramming himself into multiple concurrent impeachment hearings.
That's going to be fun for sure. Wait, hold on. Hey, sorry, gang. Sorry, Charles. I just remembered that there's something I got to take care of here.
Oh, what is it? What's going on?
I got my laptop stolen out of my car last night, and I got to call the police before I forget. Just hold on 1 second here.
Sure.
Hello?
Mr. Walker, hey, this is James Smartwood from Big News. Do you have a second to chat?
And what paper are you with now?
It's Big News. Basically, what I wanted to do was I wanted to report a crime. I left my window down in my car last night. Someone stole my laptop out of the passenger seat, and so I'm just trying to figure out if there's any way in your, as someone who's a law enforcement person, if there's any way you could take a look at it.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do is we'll report your thing and all that and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'll be great, but what we'll do is, you got a number I can call?
Yeah, sure. 1 second. It's
Wait, let me get this.
Sure. No, I mean, if it is something you could take care of, is it something where you could go down there, kind of get some fingerprints, check out the security cameras and all that?
You said
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
5 6 5 0 3. But I'm just trying to, the main thing though is I want to get to this laptop. Is there any chance you could hop in the squad car, flick on the siren, come down here, and maybe like go undercover or something?
What can you do? Can you do anything?
No, I mean, I'm not actually in, I think that's, I don't have the authority.
Yeah, let me call you this number here.
That sounds great. All right, thank you, sir. I gave him the wrong number. I don't want him having my number.
Oh, absolutely not.
Nice. That was super fun. That was great. All right. Let me show you guys what's going on. I'm not doing anything interesting. So Cliff actually helped me get my thing running again. It was real simple. I was just not putting in like I wasn't putting in the correct command when I was running Mabe. I'll show you guys that at some point. But right now, what it is I'm trying to do a batch job. And in order to run Mabe's batch jobs, we have to get Python scripts to work. So let me see if there's a... where am I at? Here. Let's go... I think I'm doing force. Let me see. So here we go. So I got to run this Python code. Tools, MQ. This basically saying run Python 3, run the Python 3 script. Where is it at? It's up a level. That's what .. is. And then go into the tools directory and run mq.py. No, I already did that. Actually, I need to just cancel all those, but Yeah, and I gotta get this Python module. It's all like not getting it because it did an error, so we'll see. That's what we gotta try to take care of. All right, now let's jump into this fool over here. Let me see. I think I want to do that. Oh.
Sure. So with that being the case, and that is the common response that I get when I ask fundamentalists about it. Because look, when you think about it,
look at stupid whore energy over here two-timing.
Glowing hand reaching down from the clouds whenever he does a thing, there'd be no room for confusion that there is some super entity doing a thing. We would know which
that's where James Apperson is.
Events were because of him. We would know.
Do I miss
weren't.
Rebel Naz? Not even a little bit.
He favors.
Not even a little bit, Cameron. Not a little bit. Not at all.
Just to believe that he's doing miracles.
I thought about him.
They want to believe that it's evidence that he favors a particular group of people.
I thought about him when I don't know, like I went to unblock some people or whatever, right? And so I could see him on my block list or whatever. But, you know, I didn't really feel even an inclination to unblock him.
No, in fact, look, it only happens if you're a Trinitarian also. And, like, we can keep narrowing it down, right?
Oh, yeah, she represents. She's the best.
This super entity is.
All right, let's...
So, with it being the case that he chooses
all right, what's the name of this damn package?
Hide so that we can't know for sure, it wouldn't make any sense for him to go out of his way to leave a trail of scientific breadcrumbs that lead to him. And only through complex arguments, right, and supposition. Like, he either, if this being exists, he either wants us to objectively be able to verify through science that he exists, or he doesn't. So what they're really describing is a God that can't make up his mind about what his moral values are, or what his own great plan is. He kind of wants us to know that it's him. He kind of doesn't want us to know that it's him. He can't make up his mind. Mm-hmm. And so every time they come up with these arguments for, look what science proves about my God, I'm like, what, that he's an idiot? That he can't decide what his own values are? You know.
Yeah. Their whole thing is, in fact, starting with the Wedge document around 2000 or in the late 90s, their whole thing is changing the dialogue, right? And so they keep putting forth this dialogue that we're just discovering in science that cells are complex and there is no junk DNA and blah, blah, blah. And they keep making all these claims that they just discovered things. And then when you ask them why the rest of the scientific community isn't all over this, they'll say, oh, well, they're just, they're stuck in their paradigm and their worldview. They just want to be atheists. And the truth of the matter is that most scientists are not atheists.
Right.
And so the whole narrative falls apart when you start to look at it. But the interesting thing is like this video, which I can't play because my audio is fucked up and I have to reset my computer. He goes on about, he's talking to all these old dudes in the audience and they're going on and on about how, okay, Douglas Axe, his whole point of his book, I forget what his book is called. I don't care. Anyway, he wrote a book and he says this over and over again. He said 4 and 5-year-old kids automatically come to the intuition that everything in the universe was designed. Now, first of all, okay, let's stop right there.
The underdeveloped brains.
I don't remember ever thinking that everything was designed by something or somebody. I can't remember that. And I don't think most kids even give it a thought.
Right.
I mean, they might ask, Dad, where did everything come from? You know, but more often they will ask, Dad, why is the sky blue? You know, or something like that. But okay, so he claims that 4 and 5-year-olds have this intuition, and he claims to have done science to prove that 4 and 5-year-old intuition is correct, and all the rest of the adults are wrong because they get involved in institutional evolutionism and they get brainwashed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's his whole point. So here Douglas Axe is standing there with 4 and 5-year-olds agreeing with him. And claiming that all of the Nobel laureates and PhD scientists all over the world are wrong, which is a pretty bold narrative, right?
Yeah, but I mean, 4 or 5-year-olds versus the world scientists. I don't know.
No, they will go with the scientists.
I want to ask the question now. What part of the 4 or 5-year-olds' brains are fully developed at that age? What
The
part?
brainstem.
What neurology? What neurology is fully connected then? Yeah. So it's like appealing to 4 and 5-year-olds is why science was the thing that science was created to avoid, because things aren't like they seem intuitively.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, we wouldn't need science. We would just intuit everything. But science takes out the intuitional part of our conclusions and says, can this be supported with evidence?
Yo, hold up. Time out. Am I on live? Is this happening live?
Yeah.
History.
But we're not on there.
I have a plan to play some clips.
I'm just listening to this motherfucker over here. Did he say institutional evolutionary? What did he say?
Let him on.
I don't remember.
You could play him.
What the fuck was?
Oh, I could play him in a different way. I mean, I could.
You see?
Oh, okay. You just.
He's like. He said that it takes away intuition. Like, what about a fucking microscope? A microscope takes away your intuition of being able to see things naturally. You know what I mean? A fucking stethoscope takes away your ability to hear a goddamn heartbeat naturally. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
Who? This is Scott. Yeah, I mean, he's cool. I don't know what he's saying.
He's cool. I hear Sam talking, but like, I was confused.
Yeah. I wish they'd change some other fucking shit. Instead of screwing around with stupid things like that.
Right.
Jesus. I mean, they got a lot of other work they should be doing.
I didn't catch it.
Okay, Douglas Axe, the research.
No, he said one of those key phrases where like institutional evolutionalism or something like that.
Right.
They made the share tab audio.
Fact check.
You mean
You're saying all this fancy fucking words to me. Fact-checked information,
default off.
And you just don't want to say fact-checked information because it makes you look like a piece of shit who's going off of intuition instead of using any sort of tool.
Let's see if the audio.
Come on, man.
And side chat, we appreciate you bearing with us during these technical problems.
I just had to jump in. What the fuck?
Yeah. There's a lot of technical problems going on. Most of them are in my head.
I wish I heard it.
You're not
you
measuring
paid.
up, so that's why you're bad.
You paid.
This is.
Do you want to roll? Do you want to roll it back?
Yes. Yeah, let's roll in there. What the fuck, man?
No, I said, do you want to roll it back?
I'll roll it back. Yeah.
I don't know what they say.
I don't even know, but one of those dudes started talking on some bullshit where he just went
created to avoid because things aren't like they seem intuitively.
What the fuck?
Otherwise, we wouldn't need science. We would just intuit everything. But science takes out the intuitional part of our conclusions and says, can this be supported with evidence?
Right.
Yeah.
Also, if you look back far enough in history, go ahead.
I had a plan to play some clips, but my plan has been foiled. So, well.
Now, Top Dog wanted to see if you wanted to let him on and he could play him.
Oh, I could play him in a different way. I mean, I can share the
screen.
Okay.
You just want it to be in the way you have set up. I got you.
Yeah. It's just not convenient switching back and forth if I don't have.
Bro,
I mean, I could use
I respect Jay. I respect his stream and what he does and stuff. But like this shit drives me crazy because like until somebody decides to be fact checks, it's just dudes masturbating in a room in front of each other.
Present.
You know what I mean?
Change the button.
And like if you're into that shit, go for it. But like, I'm not. I just
not into what?
Yeah,
into what?
I wish they'd change.
Like I'm into like the philosophical conversations that they talk about and stuff. But like, there no one in the room in the conversation is willing to fact check what they're saying. So it's just a bunch of dudes jerking off to each other. I hate that shit. Like you're talking about the most important things in life. Apparently, you're talking about the way we frame everything, but you don't want to fact check anything.
Default.
That's mental weakness.
Wait, hang on a second.
It used to be default off. And everybody had a problem with that. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's see if the audio works on this.
And side chat, we appreciate you bearing with us during these technical problems.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
I wouldn't say that. I think everybody on this panel would fact check themselves.
You're not.
All right.
You're not measuring up, so that's why you're bad.
To be fair,
this is also implicit in the entire suffering.
I love this guy.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like if they're saying something that's bullshit, or if they're just quoting somebody that's sitting on some bullshit.
Anyway.
And why it was almost like a reflex.
You hear it?
They are making fun of
I can hear it, and
I do
it sounds
appreciate
to me
that.
like bloviating old people now.
Yeah, he's a bloviating old
Is this a
person.
Sunday school class?
All right, where's the Mabes wiki at? This is ridiculous.
Okay, I wanted to play this part.
Of course, it's just probably a fucking.
Hello,
Google
Midnight.
Hello, Midnight. Hey,
Yo,
Scott.
can I tell you something?
Go ahead.
Again,
It's a part of my
discussion
non-Christian
today
walk to be
you
a
might
better
not wanna
person.
miss. If you're,
I
if you're
try
doing
so
it
hard not
carefully.
to make fun of
It's that
Otangelo's
S
voice.
is about 1,000
It is
to 5
so
H is above,
fucking hard, especially with the way he presents himself.
I don't give a
But
fuck anymore.
I'm trying to be
At
brand new.
all.
Any
No, I don't give a shit anymore.
I'm trying, bro.
I just think I don't. My opinion of Otangelo sunk
Is
rapidly.
estimated to be in the
Like
range
rapidly.
of 1 in 10 to the 77th to 1 in 10 to the 53.
I wait
Okay,
for
that's
him.
not the way it's
I'll wait
written.
to talk to him
1
face to face
in 10
about
to
it.
53.
I just
2, 1
became
to 10 to
so
77.
like.
I don't know why you put 10 to the
I don't know.
77
I just
first,
to
but
me
anyway,
he's
listen to
just
what he
slightly
said.
less obnoxious.
Interestingly,
Darth
that's a
Dawkins.
range.
That's
You may
it.
notice that the 10 to the 77th got into the
I don't think anything of him anymore.
the paper itself and was largely accepted by the people who cite the paper.
Yeah. Why would they? Okay, if you got a range, so the store is 3 to 11 miles. Why would you pick 11 miles and make that the public face of that statement, right? Why would you pick the highest end of the range if you were not lying motherfucking assholes? Right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, 10 to the 53rd to 10 to the 77, that's 24 orders of magnitude. I mean, that's 24 orders of magnitude. That's a lot. So anyway, but there's that.
And skip down to the end and then give you my take on it. Axe reaches the conclusion that for 153 amino acid region of beta-lactamase, there's actually 253 amino acids in the entire protein. So this is definitely a low estimate. The probability of finding a significantly active enzyme with the proper folds for natural selection to begin work on it was 1 in 10 to the 53 to 1 in 10 to the 77th. And again, this is extremely unlikely. There have only been 10 to the 40th cells on Earth, given the standard time scale. There's not enough time to test it. The probability of getting one right.
Okay. That would be if life happened by rolling dice, or if I were to create
sequentially, maybe,
if I were to create life right now, like in its current form, in the extant form on Earth, and I did it by rolling dice, then these numbers would work, right? That's how unlikely it is for me to get it right. But nobody
I created
ever
life.
thought that's what happened to life. I mean, it's like By the way, Midnight, I'm videotaping the covers of all my books for insurance purposes, and I'm gonna create a tape and play it for you so that you can really fucking feel bad.
Well, hey, you know what? If you actually do that, it actually works for me. I could see which books I could see which books I can find. Like, do that. Do that. That'd be good. Yeah. Like, I want you to do it though.
By tape, do you mean video or audio file or something like that?
Video.
Video file.
Video.
Why would it do audio? I mean,
what would I do?
It's an audio file of books.
Yeah, right. It's like, okay, hey, Midnight. Here, here's the other file of my books. Okay, where's the titles? How would that work?
Okay, so anyway, in Douglas Axe's first papers, the ones that he did in Cambridge, they found that 1 out of 4 of the proteins were functional. Here they're finding 1 out of 10 to the 77th for this second protein that they tested, right? And the way they tested it, they used like four regions of 10 amino acids. Mm-hmm. And the whole case they make is just a bunch of twisted gobbledygook that makes it sound like the intuition of 4-year-olds is correct. And he goes through this whole paper, and you're looking at the paper, like in the first papers that he went through, where he went through the 1 and 4 ones, he said, no, this is supposed to be weak evidence for evolution. And he said, but it's really not, because all E. coli have this conserved sequence, and he sort of like makes this, like he'll read the whole paper and you're going along with the paper, and then all of a sudden at the end he does all this great leap where he adds his own Seventh-day Adventist spin on things, and it's just amazing. But there's a lot of bullshit here that really surprised me. Like this.
And again, this is extremely unlikely. There have only been 10 to the 40th cells on Earth, given the standard time scale.
This is extremely unlikely.
Actually,
tell you what, I want to listen to this video. Just listen to it when I'm having insomnia.
Yeah,
because this guy's voice can just really put you out.
Yeah, that we should trust this innate design instinct rather than the current scientific consensus, because the current scientific consensus can't deal with this problem effectively. I think.
Okay. There it is.
I think Rosenbaum or I can't remember what his last name is. Rosenhaus. Yeah, deals with this kind of misuse of statistics and probability pretty effectively in his book. So the failure of mathematical non-evolutionism, something like that. I forget the name of the book, even though I have it.
These back of the envelope calculations for life are ridiculous, because that isn't how it happened. And it just, like, I don't think Douglas Axe understands anything about evolution. He's a molecular biologist, and he probably knows.
I'm gonna go back to live. I don't know what happened.
To me, the real question is, does he know that the numbers are ridiculous?
Okay. But now if we change the G to an H, that'll pick out a different point in the space. So every different possibility, well, okay, if you have a 6-sided dice, okay, you have 6 possible points that it could be when you roll that one die, okay? So that is a die space of 6. So you have six things in that space. So when you think about how many possible proteins you can have, if you have 153 amino acids, it's 20 to the 153rd power. So what you do is you imagine a space with all of those different variations in it, right? And then in that space, you have like a curve here of a certain part of that space that is functional, a certain part that will do a certain function, okay? And what they're doing here is, but the thing that they don't mention is that is every single protein possible with 153 amino acids, not just this one particular enzyme that they're talking about, right? And what they're saying is that out of that entire protein space, This one could maybe do, okay, maybe it could make a salt or something for you out of another, if you put a couple chemicals in a flask, nothing happens, you add this protein catalyst, and now your reaction happens, right? So it has to be a functional protein that does something chemically, okay? So what they're talking about is how you would color that space to cover all the possible combinations that would do this one function. So that's called a protein space. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what they're talking about with protein space. And they're saying you can't get there from here. They're saying that evolution couldn't possibly have developed a functional enzyme because I don't know why. Because I don't know what their because is. Their because seems to be because if you rolled a die and you picked one of those 20 to the 153rd power things, it would be very improbable that your dice would pick that one out, right? But that isn't the way life happened. Life happened with very small peptides, huge amounts of protein families all mixing together in a cell. And anytime something worked, that particular cell ended up in the future. It ended up having offspring. If it didn't work, that cell died and it wasn't a problem. So basically, natural selection picks its way through that space and creates these functional changes in an organism very slowly over time. And when you're talking about prebiotic Earth, or not prebiotic, but just right at the point where evolution took off, right, where DNA was there and we had prokaryotes, we had something like 10 to the 30th prokaryotes, cells on the surface, right, or in the ocean. And these things were all multiplying and mutating for billions of years, for about 2 billion years. And in that process, they picked their way through these protein spaces and found functionality and found all kinds of different prokaryotes or bacteria. Think of them as bacteria. I mean, when you look at it that way, it is not improbable at all. Because things had to go from one step to the next, and they had to do so by not killing the cell. And that's called, if it kills a cell, it's called purifying natural selection, okay? If it does something good for the cell, it would be called positive natural selection. But a lot of changes
Wayne, you still here, bro?
Did nothing at all, didn't affect the cell at all.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just not trying to shout over your feed while I'm shouting at my team in Overwatch.
Combinations that were turning around
because those motherfuckers was dumb
until they weren't.
Did you get that? You got voice meter going or something?
Yeah, I'm in Gather and I'm muted.
So when
my
you look at
voice there.
these huge numbers, you've got to think.
Appreciate that.
Really
I appreciate you just jumping in though, man.
In the
yeah, for sure. I got a couple hours before I go to work, so
over those billions,
I figured
of years,
I could.
And then it
I have
starts
the
to
time.
make a little bit more sense. And that's why people believe
these
in
motherfuckers
evolution,
drive me crazy, bro.
There's like at this huge.
There's like 8 or 10 tanks in the game.
Soup,
like
right?
there's 3 roles:
the size
tank,
of the planet Earth,
DPS, and
with
support.
10 to the 30th organisms.
I played the
turning
tank
around
that is
and
least
mutating and
used,
finding
right?
Oh, is
protein
this
that
the
goes
new
through
one?
that protein space.
Yeah, this is a new one. But I played the tank
And
that's
these
least
guys, they
used.
come up with these
And
back
since
of the
it's the
envelope
least used,
calculations
people
and
don't know
these
how
little
to
one-off
fucking act when
things,
I'm on the court.
and they-
You know what I mean?
Right,
And it's
right.
like, y'all ain't gotta do anything differently. Just instead of standing behind a shield, because I don't have a shield, use a wall, use cover like in every other shooter for the last 3 generations.
Right.
But they
right.
just like act dumb when they see me. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. How are you taking to the new one?
I like it. It's not Overwatch 2. It's Overwatch 1.1.
Sure, of course.
It's just a slight change. They didn't add anything worth calling it a new sequel until later on next year. They're gonna have like a whole PvE mode later on this next
now
year.
we know how Tinder evolved.
But right now, it's fine. It's just the same as it was. Basically, I'm good.
Got you.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute my mic right now.
Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. Do your thing.
Oh, we got a new season of that?
New season, American Horror Story NYC. Like Law and Order, kind of like Law and Order.
Law and Order SVU, Law and Order organized crime.
Well, it's saying American Horror New York City, so maybe there's some special supernatural New York City horror that I'm unaware of.
Yep.
Oh, I found a cat wearing a fedora, and it's gray, but it's not really a fedora. Not a trilby anyway. I like trilbies.
What am I showing?
I explained to the side chat, I've been looking at
Do you remember what he was saying?
He was going on about the eclipse and how the eclipse proves God, and he didn't see it as an atheist, but now as a Christian he realized it.
Oh yeah, the whole thing with girl yesterday. I had a headache and I just left because it's like, because it's like from our perspective, the Earth, the sun, and the moon look the same size.
Oh, it's a flirt
You can't
thing.
do that. You can't do that without God. I'm like, okay, our eyes evolved to see. It was dumb.
Yeah, I should have known it with Gur's dreams, but I have this mental block. You know, when I hear Gurmani, my mind just freaks the fuck out and blocks it out.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you.
Because it's so horrifying. Gur. Here's Gur.
True, though.
Okay, it was this one. And it was this guy. And this guy was fascinating. I thought P-Town. His name is. Anyway, did anybody see P-Town yesterday? That was quite a talk.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, fuck this. I just left.
And then he says, evolution is bullshit, you know, and he just fucking throws that out there. And I'm like, okay, I would like to talk to this man. I really would like to talk to this man. Anyway, did you see that one, Scott? Ghost Dreams yesterday?
I don't know if it was, maybe it was yesterday. I do remember a deal where they were talking about eclipses and things like that. Because, like in 1 year, there's going to be an annual eclipse. And then in 2024, in April, I think, there's going to be a full eclipse, a total eclipse that I'll be able to see in the Dallas area here.
Really?
So, yeah. I'm looking forward to that. I even texted my son and told him to put that on his calendar because, I don't want the grandsons to miss an experience like that just by neglect.
Yeah. I am absolutely going to Texas next Wednesday, by the way, until Wednesday through Sunday. So I'll be missing. I won't have I'll have my laptop. Anyway, so I put Gur in the description, and I'll try to fill out my description. But
yeah, I've got some links for you too in the private chat. The one I wanted to note was that James Downard, was actually able to get a good hour-long stream
internet connection
on Sunday. What?
Yeah, his internet connection worked?
His internet connection worked long enough to get almost an hour out. So I have the link for that. Just I want everybody to go there and watch it. Simply because James Downard is the best at documenting kind of the history of young Earth creationism and ID, and he's been going over Daniel Jeepson.
I mean, he's got like 2 books written with what the
Jackson
hell is his name? Yes.
That's right. They're in the middle of the second volume of The Rocks Were There. James, RJ has completed several other books too, besides the rocks were there. So yeah.
Yes, he has. Yeah, and everybody should buy them all. But his streams are incredibly good, and he is just incredibly informed. Unfortunately, his internet connection is just always a problem. You know, and it's
those 7 deaths are pissing me off, bro.
Needs to buy him a satellite dish.
Or something. I don't know what.
Yeah, something so he can get some decent internet, because that guy.
He get fiber out there. I mean, he lives in civilization. I mean, does he? Doesn't he? I thought
I'm
he
not
lived
sure if
in
he does. I think he's kind of like out in the outback in Washington or somewhere out there. I think they have like squirrels up in a tree with tin cans with internet. Yeah.
By the way, I have a quick question for James. Hey, James, why are you looking down in your avatar?
Listen.
It's like it's really sad and depressing. No, it's just
sorry.
me.
Yeah, I never thought about it being depressing. It's meant to be contemplative, but yeah, I guess
It looks
depressing
contemplative.
Yeah.
You need something a little closer to head on, looking kind of downward, but with like your fingertips on your chin. Like your
the thinking man, kind of like the thinking man.
Like you're stroking a beard, even if it's not there. Kind of look like you're stroking your beard.
Yeah.
Right. That's nice. I'll work on that.
No, that's really good. That's really a good picture. That's
I mean, it is. I'm
Y'all are
just
so
saying.
dumb. Stand near the robot.
Like, well, okay, but what the hell are you depressed about?
Okay. Midnight, I think you're projecting.
Yes, I am. Fuck you.
Midnight is projecting his depression onto you. It's contemplative.
Well, there you go. It's much. This is a much better picture.
Wayne, you can mute yourself and restream.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure you're there.
Midnight, this is James judging you.
No worries. I don't. We don't care. It's up to you.
Well, everyone judges me, so fuck you.
Okay, I got to do some links. I don't know what else is happening.
I want a cat. Hey, Speed, can I have one of your cats?
Oh, fuck that. You can have all 3. Yeah.
Chris Peacock and Icarus have finally showed up. Now we can start the stream.
Yeah, so like I told Scott yesterday, I had 2 depressed, needy little asshole cats. So I got him a kitten, and now I have 2 pissed off, depressed, needy asshole cats.
I thought you had 3.
Well, the kitten's not pissed off. He is a needy little asshole, but he's not pissed off yet. He's just pissing everybody else off. So,
hello, Top Dog.
Something else.
With the straight on pictures like this, people are going to think that we have Russell Crowe as a guest because James does kind of look a hell of a lot like Russell Crowe. I just got to say that. I don't know if y'all agree, but I kind of agree with me.
Yeah, I think so. I get it a lot. Apparently, a sad, depressed Russell Crowe, I guess.
Well, that just shows that as Russell Crowe, you have a full range. You should be proud of that sadness.
Sure, I appreciate.
You should embrace it.
Permanently in ASMR mode.
Well, okay, guys, engage in lively conversation.
Oh.
So, earlier
about,
someone... Go ahead.
What? Scott Duke was saying about eclipses.
Yes, I was mentioning we have eclipses coming up in the next year or 2.
I need the exact date so I can see them on this program.
I just Googled when is the next full eclipse in the United States and got the date.
This program shows a lot eclipses within whatever date you would give it.
Yeah.
Called Celestia.
That's a cool program.
It's free.
Which means they're selling your data.
Dave M has a video.
Yeah, there's Dave M's aquarium.
Ooh. Something fishy going on around here.
So what was the one that was eclipse that was in Chicago? You said.
You mean Dallas? I think it'll be in Chicago too, but I think it was April of 2024.
Okay.
And I kind of want to say April 8th, but I'm not certain about that at all.
I'll go see it on this Eclipse Finder. It'll have all the dates. Yep, it shows April 8th. You want to check that one out?
Sure.
What is it going to be? This year?
April 8th of 2024.
Mexico.
2024.
Oh, that's a long way for me. I'm not entirely sure if I can make it. Wow, that is a really big aquarium, isn't it?
You can see the shadow on my video screen.
Oh, interesting.
I can go back and forth on it, and I have time lapse.
Where's it going to be?
Mexico, and then over the United States. Looks like.
How much?
That looks so fake. CGI. That's not
yeah,
the real.
CGI, but it's based on real life. That's
I know.
Makes the
I'm
difference.
just.
That was like when Superman
That's
around
how
the
we know.
globe when he tried to reversed time to save Lois. Do you guys remember that in the movie?
I do.
Yep.
I do.
Oh yeah. I
It
thought
looks
that
like
was
shitty
bullshit.
quality. What the?
I thought that was plot bullshit.
Yeah, it was hard. It was a hard sell. That's for sure.
Yep.
I don't know. It
Get
just
off
looks
the
so
orbit.
weird.
I mean, I was rooting for him because I
It's
didn't
going
want
fast.
to. Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is that shadow? Is that the moon?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
eclipse.
that's how eclipses work.
Yeah.
There we
I don't know
go.
if you knew that, man.
Just say your
Well,
mom.
fuck off! I do know that. The fuck?
I
It's
thought
the
maybe
shadow
you
is like.
thought maybe you thought it was like a genie with a big blanket or something. I don't know.
Yes.
Go to the center and
Get a dick.
go to the moon.
Big blanket.
You can look from the Earth's perspective.
Everybody loves me.
Oh, it's God TV. It's about God TV. That's quite a fucking website that I found.
Yes.
It's about God TV.
I love
And
everybody.
I think the point that the guy in P-Town was trying to make, or somebody was making, was that the fact that...
Oh no! Oh no! Shut it down. Otangelo's here.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Tangelo.
Fun fact. Fun fact. This motherfucker wrote a book that's 663 pages,
Holy
and released
shit.
it on Amazon. I shit you not.
Doesn't count as 2 books.
He's off.
I know
I'm
you
just
wrote
over it.
Yeah, it was 663
Totally
pages.
fucking
I'm like,
over it,
fuck
man.
this. I'm not buying it.
To me,
happened
he's
to
just
my
basically
video
a punching
on
dummy at
OBS
this
or my
point.
Audio.
Oh yeah.
Fuck.
He's low hanging
Really
fruit.
irritates me.
He's nobody.
Anyway.
He's somebody that we're gonna
For a
clean
while,
up
he was
on.
offering it to free.
1, 2,
Anybody
3,
that
get
wasn't
out of
to read it
town.
would
A
consider it.
Barry
Check.
Horowitz.
I've got a
that's
copy.
like-
I got a copy.
Barry
Wait,
Horowitz.
you seriously bought Otangelo's book?
No, I didn't buy it. He gave it to me.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, he
can
wants me
get
to do
that.
a review, and he can trust me to do a review.
He can get that once in a lifetime big pay-per-view win over Rob. Like somebody else that's just utter bottom barrel trash.
Right, we'll give him a win in his hometown on a snowy Wednesday night.
On the
There's only
60th birthday.
Right, there's only like 45 people in the building. No one gives a shit. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'm whipping your ass every other day of the calendar year.
Exactly.
Celestia.
Where the fuck is Gerstream?
Oh man, I saw a clip the other day of Brock Lesnar on Pat McAfee's show, his podcast.
Oh yeah, how was
And they-
that?
It was real quick. They was talking about motherfuckers running up in the ring like on Seth Rollins, or like walking down the ramp and a fan jumps the barricade.
Right.
Brock, and Pat was like, "How you feel about that, Brock?" And Brock was like, "I wish a motherfucker would."
Yeah, obviously, right? Like, go for it.
Right, he jumped up, grabbed the mic. He was about to cut a real ass promo, but he stopped himself.
I did it
Exactly.
that way when I was a kid, and that was the right way to do it. Right? We want to
That's
go
the way
back.
everybody should be doing it.
In this game, I gotta go away from hot.
To those days
You're good. You're good.
when we had paper evidence
Why? Paper evidence is gay.
of everything.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
That's right.
I mean, I'm gay,
Yeah.
so
There's nothing wrong with gay evidence.
stupid whore energy.
All right, let's see how this goes.
Stupid and lazy. That's why you keep repeating your errors. Wow.
Well, that was a good one. Okay, so now Otangelo's going to say something mean to her, and we have to not block Otangelo because otherwise I will appear biased.
Well, we are biased, but we
Are
still.
they ripping on stupid whore energy?
We don't want to.
Why do you have to? Why do you have to be not biased? Like, what value is that in these situations?
We are really biased.
I do
Especially
not like
on-
Gaia. I do not like the daddy in the sky. He is not my favorite.
Don't like Otangelo either.
Sky Daddy's a problem. They don't like when we call him Sky Daddy.
Daddy in the sky.
Why don't they like Sky Daddy? You think, like, when me and my
Because it's
friend...
demeaning.
All right, here we go. What am I
when me and my
doing?
friend became Christians for a
All
summer,
right,
we used to
first
call him
up
Big
is
Dad.
what?
Was that demeaning?
Yes.
Oh, the CMake installation. I don't understand what this is. I unzipped it.
I mean, dad's another way of saying father. They say that already. The word
I think I
hell
already
just
have
means fighting.
CMake installed, so let's just fucking skip that.
Same thing.
We already have this shit too.
Big Dad kind of sounds
Already
like
ran all that.
Right.
Did that.
Yeah, well,
Python 3. Here we go.
Yeah.
Got Notepad.
Oh, wow.
Run the installer.
Who's your daddy?
Where's
Me.
Nerdy Rodent? I wonder if he's mad at us. I haven't seen Nerdy Rodent in a while.
Which one am I running again?
Leo wrote us a
That's
little
because
poem.
Nerdy Rodent's with us.
Who?
Going up to
Or
the
did he
daddy in
close
the
your
sky.
eyes?
Going up to Daddy in the
It sounds like Lena's over there, right?
When I die.
Lena, you over here with me?
I'm in here. I'm the
Yeah,
guy.
Lena's over
Lena's
here.
in gather
Yeah,
with us.
yeah.
All right, all right. I appreciate that.
That's not original.
I could hop in there.
It isn't, but
You
I don't
could?
think I want
But it's
to.
good.
Yeah.
He made the change that made the difference. So thank you, Leo.
I'm so gay.
Actually, I was thinking
Is this
about it.
PineCreek or who's
It's okay.
playing?
This is Mike.
Hey, Speed,
You can't see it?
Answers in atheism.
Yeah. Can you see it?
I put them all there.
Wolfbot?
I see. I'm looking at your
Sambot?
screen.
Phantom God, what
Oh, but can you see it if you look at Sambot?
was very interesting.
Sambot? No.
Oh shit, am I logged out?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, I don't have my screen share on. Sorry.
It just shows little.
All right, hang on a sec.
Look at it.
No
It's worth
worries.
getting the book and looking at it. I'm
My
planning on doing
bad.
that someday once I.
I'm glad I was
read at
able
least one of
to
the
let you
many
know
books
it's not
I've been
working.
buying.
There it is. Boom.
Me too. God, me too. Someday I will finish all the books I have.
It's
that
almost
better?
like a curse, the desire for knowledge.
Yep. Tell me about it.
Well, I mean,
I
it's
don't know what you're talking about.
Where?
Or
That's what we
maybe
were warned about
maybe
in
it's on my
Genesis,
end.
right? Don't you dare.
No, it says your
even
camera's
risk
off.
Knowledge that might
On
cause
the
Not the
Sambot.
camera, the screen. Sambot screen.
Don't you dare grow up.
That stupid horror
maybe
energy.
I'm not
Still
looking at
waiting.
the
I
right
want you to tell me where your paper backs up your claim.
The audio's coming from me, but
It's demanding a little.
the screen.
There it is.
That's
Sambot.
his bluster because
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
knows
Midnight
he's
Sparkle,
wrong.
James.
and he ought to know.
Yeah.
I don't know who Top Doc.
I've got a
Shattuck
paper that
is.
backs up my claim.
Oh, and then Scott, and then Mike. Okay, cool.
I got a paper
What
that
is
can cover
love? Baby, don't hurt me. Give me that.
I might hop into it.
flame.
Depends on what
Give
they
me
start
that
talking about.
source. No more. Wait.
If anybody wants to see a debate review of Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks versus Dennis Prager of PragerU, that
I was interested in that. It's kind of interesting.
Oh, really?
yeah.
Did you
that's
see that
on
one
Atheist
eventually?
Junior. I think it may still be live or it may be done now, but
I'd be curious to
you've
see
got
what
a link
Atheist
to that as
Junior's
well. Hopefully in the
political leanings
description,
are.
because I put it in the private chat.
Oh, it's a review of it on Atheist Junior.
Yeah, not too long ago.
He's doing something not related to Ken Hovind.
Because I put 1, 2,
That's
3.
Yeah, you should be proud of him.
That's shocking.
Adult Angelo Crosso.
Yep,
Or
sir.
I'll give you
He's
my
branching out.
PayPal and you
Seriously.
can pay me for tutoring you.
Yeah, I don't actually know what
I
Atheist
wouldn't
Junior's
mind being tutored by
political
student
views
or
are.
energy.
I'm mildly
Yeah,
curious.
she's very smart. I don't know why he says it that way. She could run circles.
All right, 3x 64-bit. All right, yeah. Well, let's do that then.
So
Mini
I shared
Conda, yeah,
screen
that's
my
fine.
paper that challenges his paper.
Everybody.
4.12 Python 3.9. No, I want to run Python 10 though. That's the thing y'all don't seem to get.
Religion is the one true religion.
The napkin.
It says
Can I just go through the Python Foundation? 'Cause I know I'm gonna update my Python version.
Catherine Blakespeare for State Senate, always standing up for us. She's the
Let me
only
just go ahead and do this.
Following the
I don't like the
Buffalo
fact that y'all ain't
supermarket
with me.
Hi
shooting,
guys, riveting conversation.
which of course was inspired by a belief.
Can you hear that, Jay?
Oh yeah, is that you? Yeah.
I'm trying to get back through all these.
Let me turn that off.
Totally
Oh, sorry.
putting like 50 links and.
I think I might call in the mic real quick.
Wanted to play more Douglas Axe stuff, but I can't. Because nobody can hear me.
All right, here, let me go back to the call.
Within our listening range, ever experienced a total eclipse of the sun?
Yes. Well, I don't actually, I eclipsed a total eclipse of the heart. I experienced a total eclipse of the heart. Does that work? Total eclipse of the heart.
Oh, I did. I did, Scott. Back in like 68
Oh,
or
something
something like
happened.
69.
So
Skipped frames.
even though we know it's coming, I wonder if people still get an odd feeling when the sky just goes dark like that.
Nah.
I know we have like night. It happens but it happens at a certain cycle. But when the sky goes dark like that, basically, out of off schedule like that, then I wonder if there is a innate sense of dread at that, or if the fact that we know it's coming, if that alleviates that. Any thoughts?
If you know the eclipse is coming, or
yeah,
I do not experience dread at the thought of an eclipse.
I don't either.
Well, I mean, have you experienced an eclipse?
Sure.
You have? Oh, okay. I'm just wondering.
It did not
The
make me
only one I ever experienced was weird because the sun dimmed quite a bit, and so the sky, everything was just unusual, and that made me feel.
All right, let's run some sound checks here, y'all. Let's see if I can get my cross-up game on. I'm trying to now use what for guests? 7 and 8. So settings, audio.
That's an interesting signals that things aren't quite right.
You gotta go back to doing this step by step. But here.
This guy here,
Angelo Grasso, you are requiring of stupid whore energy something you never do. So stop it.
Proof?
Hey, Willie Ignorant, fuck off.
You want proof?
Okay.
Willie Ignorant.
So this guy here, Kosovo, a man.
Oh, why are you skipping frames right now, my guy?
Okay,
Let's
he
see
was
my
expelled for accepting Darwin.
We look okay.
Yeah. So this is kind of the opposite of the creationists. They always get
7,
expelled
8.
from universities.
7, 8. All right, here we go. Let's get this right. You've got to go to 7 and 8. Boom, 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 boom. We run everywhere. Except for 5, 6, because that's the show.
That's the way God did it.
Yeah, I think that's the only one I shouldn't be going to. Monitor,
But
com,
they apparently
and
tossed him up
guest.
because he got vocal about this.
Yeah, these mics should be on the same thing. I don't need to go to the show.
Get what it was.
That'll be a problem, so let's do that.
Unceremoniously
Okay.
expelled. That means they grabbed them by the scruff of the neck and seat of the pants and threw them
Okay. No, the
Customer's
laptop
job.
should be going there.
But we have
Show,
fact checked this
guest.
too to find out if there's some other reason, you know? Story
I
continues.
don't know. In theory, if you wanted to play
Yeah,
the
he
laptop
had an
through
interest
there.
in that. There's a part here. Let's see. Contrary to Islam and our internal regulations, they said. So they admitted that that's why they tossed him out.
No, it's going
Because he believed in
through
evolution. And
guest and
A
show.
whole lot less nuance with.
Alright, that should be fine. Alright, these need to be
that's my
crossed
impression
up.
anyway with Islamic.
You're going to monitor, not the computer, not the communications, but the show and the guest.
Most Christian, but you see.
No, the communication. That's
I don't want to say
the
that. I was going to say that
gather. That needs
Islamic
to
institutions
go
are more like
into the
fundamentalist
monitor,
institutions anyway.
to the
But that
guest.
may not be true across the
Not
board.
back to the communication and not to the show. Perfect.
let me see
Same here. 5
Racing.
and 6 should be going to
I'm trying to find
the
out if there's a
monitor
comment by
and the
him.
guest.
Oh, here we go. Living
if I
creatures are
did
created by
that,
evolution, but this evolution is led by
It
God.
would probably want it to go
that
back
was-
into the
that's basically the
communications,
theory is that
That's
that
what got
God
him
created
kicked out.
Huh?
but not in this case
Yeah.
because it looped it up. We don't
They
want
got
that
him
back
kicked
there. All right.
So he's a theistic evolutionist.
Yeah.
And then this
Which
one's
is
going
like
to be them. We want it to go here.
chill
We
kind
want
of
it to go.
Yeah,
Music,
you're
not
not
back
fighting
into the
science,
guest. All right, it's
and
guest
you're not
coming out
fighting your
here.
religion.
Don't
I mean,
send
you're a
it back to
believer,
them.
but you accept all of science. And theistic
Don't
evolutionists
send it
are
back to the show. Do send
are,
it to the restream. And send it
a
to
good step
the
forward.
monitors.
Yeah,
We'll just
a
send
good
it to the
first step
stream.
is what
All
I would
right,
call
great.
it. A good first step. And the reason that they don't fight science is because they don't have this fundy
So
attitude
that's
that
gonna
they have to
send
other everyone else in the world
everybody to
and be
the
this special little
guest.
island of God
This is
chosen
going to
believers
send
that we know the truth and everybody
the
else is
guest
brainwashed.
back into restream. No, sorry.
Oh, you're right,
Back in the
brainwashed.
gather into the
We could
stream.
comment on brainwashing
Go
ourselves
to the
a
guest
little bit.
into the stream. You're muted. Would that be
Yeah. I mean, it's just projection, right? That's just what they do. Whatever they're guilty of, they accuse you of. So that
There's this whole thing. It's related to this political bullshit that's going on in the Republican Party right now, and this real divide that we have in this country. Like the two parties have never been more divided than they are right now. I mean, they're just super divided, and they're divided on the very same principles as these fundamentalists are divided with science. It is the same disease. Do you agree with that?
See, here I have an interesting thought about that. The leftists, the liberals, the centrists, and the conservatives are now currently more united than they've ever been before. And the reason I say that is because the party that we call the Conservative Party is not the Conservative Party. We've meshed all the legitimate parties into one that we call the Liberal Party or the Democratic Party in order to maintain the illusion of a two-party system where these crazy extremists have completely taken over
The echo
the
cancellation is
Conservative
on.
Party and pushed all of them into our
Stereo's
side of the camp. Like,
on.
we've all merged into one
Automatic is
camp. So,
fine.
you know,
Lena, you there?
they're what they are political
Yeah,
party
what's up?
isn't a legitimate political party at all. It's
Can you hear that?
I got like 3 streams going, but yeah. Yeah, I can hear that.
All right, that is
Yeah, the Republican Party
I like
used to be
that.
about
that's gonna be
small government and
that
government
panel
not
if I call
reaching
in.
into your personal lives, reaching into your bedroom, reaching and so how in the hell does
and
legislation
then
against being gay or gay marriage or
check,
legislation
check.
against what kind of drugs
I'm
children
gonna
can
also
take
swap my
puberty?
camera
What
out,
is
so I'm
that-
gonna
how is that a
turn my
conservative
camera off
position?
here.
Because their position was always, my home is my castle, and the government stays the fuck out of my home, and you don't control me.
Really
We
can
have
see my
small
camera.
government, and we're fiscally small and responsible, and we have, basically the only thing the government's for is to have a strong military to protect us, and other than that, they stay the fuck out of our lives. That used to be that was a Republican from 1965, and now all of a sudden, They're in our fucking bedrooms. They're in our wombs. They're everywhere. I mean, they want to control everything legally with legislation. How is that a conservative position? I don't get it.
It's not.
What is
it's
it?
not.
Government's supposed to be for the people, by the people.
Right. We, as a conservative party that we have now, are not conservatives. The conservatives have merged.
Yeah, they're fascists.
With it.
Fascists.
Yep. The conservative party now is just authoritarian,
I
theocratic.
think I heard my calling card. Should I go join them?
I'm going to. So I'm just gonna run to the little PP room real fast.
All right, I'll wait for you. We'll hop in there
My
together.
bedroom, they need to straighten
Facts.
up a bit. Don't you think?
Do you need the link?
Pick up the pants off the
I'm
floor,
sure
the socks, just
Pants is an atheism.
Yeah, ask for it now to get him to drop it to you.
I got it right here.
Oh, you do have the link.
Not what your government.
Yeah, you want me to put it in the gather?
No. I think I'm already there.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, you can put it in the gather in case
I'll put
anybody
it
else wants
anyways.
to.
Yeah, in case anyone else. Yeah.
I heard that shit live. What's happening? Yeah. I'm really fucking
more
worried.
energy with a very insightful question for Otangelo.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you just be intellectually honest and admit that even if you read the paper, you couldn't comment on it because you don't understand it.
Yep. Okay, and I think I put Panda's thumb somewhere already, but I'm not sure if I have. I'm still working on my description, boys and girls.
Yeah. So in the meantime, it's not as if the Christian God had been debunked. So even it's not even in the running. Like, it's completely debunked. So even if evolution weren't true, that that doesn't get us to Christianity, to a religion that's already been proven false. So what's the point of even arguing it, Otangelo? Really?
Yeah. I wonder where Otangelo's book is. I have it somewhere. Books. I have some books.
We lost Midnight. Why did we lose Midnight? I was going to ask him a question.
We always lose Midnight.
He just jumps out.
He
All right,
evaporates.
I'm back. Sorry about that, y'all.
No worries.
Cool.
We're about to hop into the stream. I was waiting for Jay to come back from the restroom.
Which I got recently, the James Webb.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Am I lagging?
Dark, the
Okay.
actual satellite part.
Yeah.
You see the heat shield.
Once again, Otangelo is asking for things that he is unwilling himself to do.
I put the StreamYard link if you want to join Jay and I
Otangelo,
as soon
I'm
as he
afraid
comes
you
back.
are bordering on hypocrisy.
Right.
You are asking
Or you can go in early. It's
more
up to you.
energy to explain a paper.
I might go over there
how
and see
it
what's
deals
up with
an
James.
issue.
I'm back, but let's see what's up because I don't know how many he can fit. I don't know if it's 6 or 9.
Sir, be honest.
Yeah.
Be
Yeah, we should all probably.
Hopefully it's 9. Let's find out. Yeah, let's find out. All right.
Do I have to turn the audio off from Gather first?
Not if you're. Oh.
So I don't hear everyone twice.
Yeah. You should mute
You should mute one of
the.
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
If only there was an
Or
easy way. I
no,
don't
you
know
just
how
need to
easily
mute me.
Turned on
So
my
you should
camera
just
for
mute.
you.
Okay.
I wanted you to
You should
speak
mute like
up
me
for
and Wayne, basically.
Yeah.
Almond, olive, fedora.
Oh, yeah.
Although I would like an almond fedora. That would be great.
Just pull our volumes down. That's what I do. I have to mute the
Okay, I
box.
thought I did, but I can still hear
Was
you.
I muted when I was screaming at myself?
Maybe I muted your stream.
Yes, you were.
Good.
What
If
did
you're
you
still
scream at?
hearing
There we
me,
go.
Oh, he decided to have a conversation with me from 2 floors up.
no,
I
you
just gotta
shouldn't.
find you,
That's
not your
always
stream.
Yeah.
There you are.
Oh,
Yeah,
is it
check.
called On the
You
Origin
should be
of Life
gone.
by
All
Means
right.
of an Intelligent
Yeah, I don't think she can hear me
Designer
anymore.
by Otangelo
All
Grasso.
right. Let's go ahead and get in there, guys. I'm gonna leave my camera off so that I can use it there.
No, I still hear the stream.
She still hears the stream. Yeah, you can hear their stream probably.
See, once again, there goes Otangelo
There we go.
expecting copy and paste quotes. Otangelo, you.
Yeah, let me mute their stream too.
It's Pocket Lager.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Hey,
yeah, we can.
How's it going? How's it going, man? I was just, first off, I was jealous because I got on stream looking for James Apperson. Where's James?
Oh.
And then you snagged him.
Yeah, he snagged me.
But yeah, man, just wanted to say hi. So Speed, you were talking earlier about how they never talk properly about the odds and represent the situation accurately with regard to, you know, talking about chance when nobody said chance is how we don't get species from chance. But I feel like the other thing they never represent because they just can't is that it happened.
Yeah, it happened.
The probability's one, right? Like we have ourselves, right, who, let's just call it megafauna big things. We can go back into the record and see that early on there was smaller, less big things. And then there's a period where there doesn't seem to be living things at all, right? And we see the earliest life forms. We found those, right? So we know that this transition happened. We know that at some point there wasn't life, then there was, boom, you have to go from inorganic chemistry to organic chemistry. The question is how, the whens and the blazes and the glavinoids. But once you accept that it happened, that is just my opinion, right? I work with computer programs, right, like Avita, so it's not necessarily what I sit around thinking and reading about all the time, but it seems pretty obvious that they're also just misrepresenting the fact that some form of abiogenesis happened, right? And even under theirs, right? Under theirs, it was nothing in the void of before timeless, spaceless, and immaterial even means imaginary. So yeah, I just wanted to offer a little bit of support on that. Also, I'm trying to smash Sal and powerbomb him through a table, but he runs away from me just as fast as he runs away from you. He talks a bunch of junk when he's somewhere. He thinks he's got a bunch of eyeballs on him. Then he gets into his community and he goes, "Oh, I can't. I'm afraid for my safety because Jay is deranged and Speed is a stalker. And oh, I had to pull Rebecca away from these people who talk to her more than you do." And like just ridiculous, just ridiculous. But or as you know, regularly, it wasn't like Rebecca was so afraid of us. Like she know who we are, better than him, apparently.
I still talk to Rebecca on email. And
You're right, I email her, exactly. Like, what are you talking about, Sal? And she didn't have a falling out with us. Apparently she had a falling out with him.
Yeah, she had it with him.
How about them apples?
He tried to rewrite history. But anyway, this Douglas Axe stuff that I was talking about, the proteins that he was studying were involved in penicillin resistance. And then this guy says, and you know, it's clear that God had to design this. It's like, wait a minute. So God designed a bacteria that could kill us. And then he designed a penicillin resistant bacteria that could kill us better. It's like, when the fuck did he design this stuff? I mean, did he foresee penicillin 6,000 years ago? And he designed penicillin resistance into the back. I don't know. It doesn't make any goddamn sense at all when they talk about it. But I mean, if you're talking about antibiotic resistance in bacteria, that is clearly evolution that is happening in our lifetimes, right?
Yeah. So they're just crazy. It's just wild. It's just denial.
Like God designed things to kill us, and then he designed other things that gave us penicillin so we could kill the things that are killing us. And then he designed penicillin resistance so that we couldn't, so that we still got damn.
Also, I agree with you about it being the same lie. That's what got me, that's what motivated me to start making content. That's what motivated me to find this community, and that's what motivated me even more to start making content, because I felt like this was the same people, it was the same issue, and nobody would say it. We were going to say, oh, they keep talking about this philosophy over here, and none of the philosophy works. Oh, they keep talking about their religion in the Bible over here, and none of that works. They keep talking about the historicity of Jesus over here, and none of that works. Oh, and then there's this political ideology that doesn't work. And then there's the anti-LGBT. No, they're all the same nonsense. Anti-reality, clearly denying what everybody knows because you think you're somehow so privileged that you just get to be right. You just get to be right regardless until you get the backflip and do the ad hoc and the double toe tap until you come at something that sounds reasonable. And it's disgusting. But I just, for what it's worth, I agree with you.
Then they get to be right about how I'm supposed to live my life.
Yeah. Also, I think Wayne and Lena might hop in. We're trying to show some group support here. So,
okay.
And then also they're in on Gather. So, you might hear the Gather crosstalk. But the last thing I want to say potentially is if Otangelo Grasso is going to come at Stupid Whore Energy, he needs to understand, first off, he's just way out of his league, and just don't embarrass yourself like that. But number two, like James Apperson figured out about Otangelo, he's really just a milder version of Darth Dawkins looking for a spanking. But if you come at my number one fan, Stupid Whore Energy, who sends me the Benjamins, all about the Benjamins, he sends me those Benjamins, Otangelo, you're going to escalate from spanking to vicious, violent, bloody, gore-fest beatdown, quick, fast, and in a hurry. And honestly, I've kind of figured out Otangelo, and I'm done protecting this dude's feelings. I literally don't care. He probably won't even show up at my channel anymore because it's just going to be a space to be violently massacred. He's just a punching dummy because he's ignorant, and he doesn't care, and he knows it, and he's just a troll. He's just a troll. He's just ridiculous. In this book, you want us to read a 600-page book? How about you read a book? It's just awful. Yeah, I just have no interest in this person anymore. It's just gross. Go ahead. Sorry. I'm just done with him.
Yeah, this fucker wastes
I spotted cell membranes.
Yeah.
I spotted a table of contents entry for cell membranes, and I went and read that one part. And I'm like, oh, fuck. It's the same old shit. It's complicated. Couldn't have developed.
Wayne, I think Wayne's trying to say something. Go ahead, Wayne.
This shit's always going to be the same old fit because this is what happens. You see the schism, the divide of, they're talking philosophy and we're talking facts over here. It's always going to be there because they start conclusion first. Otangelo does not give a fuck about facts. He doesn't give a shit about what's real. He doesn't give a shit about what's testable, what's true. He only cares about cherry picking and finding things that agree with his end conclusion that he started with. He is not a scientist. He's not a thinker. He's not a smart person. He's just a troll, and he just wants you to spank him like fucking, what was his name? Passion of the Christ guy. Who made Passion of the Christ?
Yeah.
Mel Gibson.
Yes.
Yeah, he like Mel Gibson on South Park. He just wants you to spank him and say that he's bad so he can feel justified in his beliefs. I'm persecuted. Go fuck yourself.
And just
Go
like
read
Robert Beatty, he's a keyboard jockey. Just to
Jesus was the same way.
Elderly gentleman and needs to get a life.
Yep. Jesus was all about spank me, spank me.
Seriously. Right. Go ahead.
So
I'm
what
good.
the hell's happening? Is it because I'm in Gather? I'm trying. Okay, I hear Wayne, but I can't.
Yeah, you can hear him. Wayne, jump in jump in the link. Can you fit him in the StreamYard?
Yeah, I got room for 4 more, I think.
Oh yeah, you got 9. Okay, let's get it. Come on, Wayne.
Whoa, okay.
The link is in the chat.
It's pinned in the chat.
Oh, and it's pinned in his chat.
Oh, Jay, by the way, have you heard of this program that Doug Axe developed? It's called Stylus.
No, what is that?
It's not coming up for me in the link. Sorry.
Some sort of evolution modeling.
All right, hang on. The Wayne, the channel is Answers in Atheism, and he's got it pinned in his chat too.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I could probably get in there. I thought my StreamYard started a robot on me when I got into Gather.
Yeah, it's okay.
I've got to get more used. I've got to get more used to Gather. So if I'm in Gather,
we've got to get you. We've got to get you hooked up with voice meter, right? Most people's computer is not your computer. You don't realize the software you use in your computer in an effort to try to keep a safe signal is very selfish with your program. So if you have one microphone, that's hooked into USB or something like that, you can basically use it in one program at a time. If you got an output that's like a headset or a set of speakers, you can basically use it in one program at a time. So if you want to, send these things more than one place, you need a workaround. So you need something like Restream, which gives you virtual inputs and virtual outputs, and then you start to have independent mixes. So you can send your same mic to 2 different virtual outputs and then use those as one as the input for Restream and one as or StreamYard, and then the other as the input for Gather, and then you can use 2 separate outputs, and then you can route them both to your headphones, and then pick and choose, when and where you're listening to what. And then also in Gather in particular, you can mute people individually. So if you were in Gather and Wayne and you were double hearing Wayne, you could just click the little 3-dot menu over Wayne's icon, his avatar, and then you can mute him individually. So then you'd still hear everybody else through Gather, but you wouldn't hear myself, Lena, or Wayne, right? So it gives you that type of flexibility too.
Restream is a software package?
No. Restream is an alternative to StreamYard, but you want to use Voicemeter. It's called Voicemeter. I would use Potato in the end. You're going to end up wanting to use Potato. But
it's Potato.
Yeah, it's the one Top Dog Shattuck has on his screen right now.
Okay. He does?
Yeah, if you want to blow that up.
Yeah, I think I looked at that, and I think I downloaded it a while ago, and it wasn't quite ready for prime time on the Mac or something.
It works. Once in a while it pops out. You just learn how to deal with it. Most streamers use it. It's the only alternative is to spend real money, get a mixer. That's what I do. I have mixers on both of my computers.
Cool.
Because then you do it all manual and it's all very reliable, right? I have separate USB outs and inputs for everything, and so I don't really run into those issues.
So if I buy a mixer, I can plug USB microphones and cameras and shit into it. And
if you buy, talk to me. Make sure you get the right one. But the idea is that you can get one that allows you to have more control over where you're sending your signal.
That's what I want. I want perfect control over.
But I would. Yeah, I'd go with Voicemeter because it's easy, it's free. If you can use Voicemeter, then you're fine, and you won't really need one. But if not, then I'd go with the USB mixer.
I'm using something called Loopback right now, and it's kind of fucking me. It fucked me today. I'm not sure what happened. But.
Yeah, some people keep saying that's better than Gather, but I don't mess with it because sometimes Ubiquity is the best tool. Like everybody uses Voicemeter, so sorry, not alternative to Voice Gather, but alternative to Voicemeter. People say like, oh, use Loopback, and I'm like, I don't mess with it because not as many people rock with it.
So with Voicemeter, can you turn up a channel?
Absolutely, you get a lot more control over everything. It's a lot easier.
That's what I need.
Yeah,
that's what I need. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I'll take a look at it. Is Potato, eh? Okay.
Yeah, it's the other two. They have 2 smaller ones that are free, but once you figure it out, you end up wanting the extra channels and flexibility anyway.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to be doing a private interview with Dr. Chris Thompson, the one that
did the Arn Rod debate.
Yeah,
he was really good.
Yeah, and then we're going to edit it and probably premiere part of it, but we're going to be talking about bird brains and neuroscience and maybe a little bit about it and creationists, but we're going to do most of that privately. So anyway, that's going to be on Monday. I'm going to talk to you.
Sure. The only other thing I wanted to say is I'm hard to get a hold of if you're not in Gather or just come through my stream. But I'll help you get caught up with the Vita Ed or whatever. Just gotta come through and we'll get you going. No big deal.
Yeah, I got distracted by a book on morphogenesis.
No big deal. No big deal, man. It's all good. I appreciate you. But I'm going to try to get everybody caught up because I think we're getting to the point where my class is working on group projects. And so I'm going to have to say, okay, these are the people who've turned in their work. I need to put you guys in a group so you can come up with a project yourselves. So it's going to be fun. Stupid Horror Energy is also one of my best students. She always turns in her assignments on time, lets me know when stuff's missing. Tangela, you're just messing with the wrong person, man.
Damn her.
Messing with the wrong person.
Tangelo's too old for this game, bro. He's got to hang up his boots. He's got to go sit over there. He can't even sit in the booth. I barely even want him in the back. He can. You know what? He could probably.
Tangelo, go to the four corners of the earth and think about what you've done.
Walk into the ocean, bro. Come on.
It really pisses me off when old people try to get into YouTube and they try to fucking say shit. I fucking hate that. Jay, I have a question for you, Jay, about Avita. Okay, on one of your programs, you showed you had a little Python script that had something to do with fitness and whatever. So, but then when I look at the Avita documentation, I don't see any option for going out and developing Python scripts. So what is that part of it?
Depends on was it an Avita Ed thing?
Yeah, you and somebody else were looking at a Python script and you were talking about mating.
So that's me and Cliff. We were working on Mabe. Yeah, that's like what I'm working on now. So like Mabe is totally different than Avita. It's just another digital system. It's called Modular Agent-Based Evolver. So that's the one I'm trying to primarily do a lot of my research on now because it's a lot easier to develop for. Like Avita Ed is sort of this educational version of Avita, but even the research version of Avita is not really easy to do much with unless it's sort of out of the box. So if it can do a ton out of the box, but for somebody like me, it's like unless you're like some sort of ace programmer, it's a pain in the ass to develop Avita Ed around unique questions. Whereas Mabe is like
Modular Agent-Based Evolution Framework?
There's papers about it, but we just call it Evolver. Yeah, Mabe. It's written Cliff Bohm, and that's Cliff Bohm who I'm normally meeting with. He's the guy who develops it.
Is that written in Python?
No, it's written in C++, but there are Python scripts that are used to do the batch work, so to control batch jobs, and then there's Python scripts that we use for the visualization. So some of the tools are Python scripts, and that's probably what we were showing. Matter of fact, that's what I'm looking at now, right? I had to debug my Mabe code because I'm doing the shape mating thing that we were talking about, but then I had to debug my Python script that's used to control my batch jobs, and Cliff was like, yeah, you have to try that or ask Jory, who's another guy that helps us with the sysadmin stuff, because Cliff doesn't fuck with the making your Python scripts work. He just but yeah. So yeah, that's the
So it's this thing.
Yeah, so that's Jory.
Right,
so Cliff and Jory are roommates and best friends, and Jory and Cliff are kind of the Mabe development team. Myself too, I guess I'm part of the Mabe development team, but those are the people who are into the code type stuff. It's a pretty cool system, right? But it doesn't have like a graphical user interface. It doesn't have like a virtual petri dish or any of that shit, which is great because it's fast. It's a tool meant to do science quickly, and also to make it so that, it's easy to sort of develop your own questions.
Yeah, okay, I'm looking at the GitHub page right now for it.
Yeah, so there's an installer and stuff, and there's a wiki that has instructions. That's kind of what I'm going through now.
Cool.
And so if you said you're on a Mac, there's specific instructions for Mac that you'll follow. And then once you get, once you're like up and running with it, then exchanging the code is portable. So the Mabe code works anywhere, but you have to get your tool chain set up. But then after that, all the Mabe code, we could trade code and modules and stuff like that.
Cool.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, if I live long enough. Yep.
Yeah, man, that's how I feel about a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, appreciate you, Mike.
60 years. Another 60, I'll be 130 in 60 years. 131. You think I can make it? No.
Who knows, though, right? I mean, there's a lot of advances, man. We're living a lot longer now than we used to. I want to let Lena. What's up, Lena? Lena came in with me too. Oh, and Wayne's here too. Everybody came over. What's up, Lena?
Yeah, Lena.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
I sent an apology email to you. Did you get that? Because last time I
For
thought,
what?
I don't know. I thought I did something wrong. I'm not sure what.
Well, whatever it was, apology accepted.
Well, my mom taught me when I was a little boy that I'm always doing something wrong. So I guess
Seriously, yeah. James, I still feel bad about what happened on your stream the other day. Like, you know, I was just so excited to have you and Gather and be co-streaming, and you know, the whole thing happened. It's not what I'm looking for, man.
Yeah, some people just clash, and I tried to help Johnny understand that tone of voice and the energy that we bring to a scene matters. If we can just bring it down, like things will just go smoothly.
Sure.
Because it's combative, but it provokes people into combative stances. And
I guess I felt like I could have done more to bring it down, right? And in hindsight, I probably would have, you know.
Right. I'm working with Johnny on that particular problem, because he gets into this back and forth very easily, and it's something that he is working on personally, and he felt bad about it too. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
So I'm not mad at anybody. And there was
No
mistakes made all around. I made some mistakes. Johnny did. Jay and
Wayne, yeah,
kind of just locked horns with him, and I'm not mad at anybody. It's just, you know, I was unrealistic when I got into streaming. I just thought it would just naturally flow and everything would go fine, and that's just not works. You got to do your job.
You thought we were grown-ups.
Basically, as channel owners, James, we have to be willing to put both people in the back room when that happens. And I'm really weak about that. I'll always, like, if it happens to between Otangelo and somebody who's my friend, I will toss Otangelo, right? I need to toss them both. And
so
that's something I slightly disagree with, right? I don't feel bad about having a bias. Number one, I am biased, you know, and certain perspectives have more legitimacy than others. The other thing is the playbook of all these the playbook of all the other side is demanding equal time, right? Like, and I'm sorry, like if you get the same time as me, you better fill that time. Like, if you know, I have a 10 to 20 minute opener sometimes on my show, and you know what? It's fucking entertaining. If you think you got a 10 to 20 minute opener, you don't. It's just not that easy. And so we're not all providing the same quality of content. My audience, I can walk away and leave James by himself for an hour, and my audience would be thrilled. James is that engaging. If I do that with Otangelo, they're going to unsubscribe, right? Yeah, because he's just sitting on some bullshit. And you're sitting on some bullshit does not get equal time to the people who we love to hear from and all of that. The other thing is there's elevation. Lena and Wayne and Scott and everybody that's on this panel, with the exception of Top Dog, who I just don't know that well, I consider a friend. So y'all are free to be on my stream whenever you want, for however long you want, if that's what you feel like doing, and as long as I don't feel like you're taking away from what I need to be doing at that moment. But everybody else is a guest, so it's hop in, say what you got to say, ask your question, and get out. And if you pick a conflict with somebody I consider to be a friend, I'm putting you in the back seat every time, because that's how I am to my friends. So it's just not equal. But that's different strokes for different folks, right? So you might want to establish a more neutral space, whereas for me, I'm trying to establish a safe space for my friends and my community above all else. And then, you know, fair and balanced to other people is way down the list towards something we do when we feel like we can afford that or feel like it.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, when people get into a back and forth shouting match on my channel, I am legitimately pissed off at both of them, whether they're my friend or not. I just don't appreciate it.
Yeah, I hear that.
Them both
I hear that. I hear, and I'll try to keep that in mind when I'm here too, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I know James had something. Yeah, go ahead, James.
So, yeah, it depends. There's multiple variables to consider, right? Like, for example, if Derek was on my stream and somebody started pissing him, there's no contest. The other person's automatically getting put backstage no matter what it's about. You know, we got to have priorities. But it was difficult for me the other day because I didn't want anybody to feel like I was playing favorites. And if I'm going to play favorites, then that's different, but I guess sometimes you can, right? Like with Derek, I would, but for practical reasons. But at the same time, I just felt like, since everybody was angry about what Johnny was saying, right, then we needed to, then I felt like the best solution was to let Johnny finish saying whatever he wanted to say, and then we get one line at a time, right? And then Jay or Wayne can like say what they didn't like or what they thought they heard, and then Johnny could respond and say, here's what I meant. And I just wanted to control it that way because they weren't sorting it out on their own, and I felt like, okay, we need to like take this one line at a time. But it was a difficult situation to be in. I didn't want to put anybody backstage.
I know. Legitimately, somebody did jump in on John when he was talking in the beginning, and if you know John, you just don't do that to him. But then, yeah. Anyway, he's working.
Right,
he's working.
Everybody has
he's
their
a good
triggers.
guy. He's a good guy. He's a work in progress. So.
Well,
we all, yeah. And James, I also thought you handled the situation well. I don't think there was any issues with how you handled it. And again, it's all different levels of comfort. I'm just more comfortable being biased, and I'm also more comfortable with conflict. So if two people are going at it on my stream, I'm probably going to let it go a bit longer than other people, depending on the situation. Again, if you're coming at Lena or Wayne or James, probably not. But if it's two people that I don't really feel invested in, and, it just gets a little, people expect me to bring the heat. So I'm going to let them yell at each other until I feel like, okay, I'm no longer like where this is going. So, and also it's different moods, right? Like you just said yesterday, you're not in the mood for it. There might be a day you want to bring s'mores to a dumpster fire.
Right, exactly. So it just depends. But I'm not usually in that mode, right?
Right, definitely not usually in that mode for you, for sure.
So what I've noticed is that if I allow myself to even just watch, even if it's just a third person on somebody else's platform, that kind of, right, people being that angry at each other, it unsettles me. It causes anxiety. And if I keep riding that wave, the anxiety changes my blood chemistry in such a way that I can't sleep that night. Like, I'll just toss and turn, and I'm too sensitive for my own good. Like, I know that, right? But that's why I quit so many debate forums on Facebook. Why I just unenrolled, right? Unfollowed.
Yeah.
And it's why, sometimes I go over to Skylar's channel, and people are just so mad at each other. And I'll just, even though I have a side in this, I care about the issues, and I think one side's right, one side's wrong, I still won't. I'll jump back out because that kind of energy is just, man, it causes me all kinds of anxiety. So I'll just leave. Every once in a while I feel durable and engaged, and I'll stay for it, but not usually.
Yeah.
So that was part of my thing the other day. I just didn't.
Yeah, and sometimes I'm feeling combative, but I also felt what you were saying. The other thing, James, is I felt like it was just sucking up too much of my time. Lately, I've been thinking about all the things I really, really want to do, and then I'm like, okay, my community's ready. Like, I think we've set a certain tone, and then you grow from there, right? And I'm just at a place where I want to focus more on what we're trying to do in the community and less the people that we're, and so I just think there's like a time and a space for that. But I feel like we're all maturing in this.
Yeah, it's a learning process, a growing process, and growing is difficult. Sometimes it's uncomfortable, and sometimes even painful, and you got to weather it. You got to stick through it. So
yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to fit this shit into my life and my studies.
Same. We all are, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's becoming easier for me, and honestly, it's because of Gather. Like, I feel like, I'm trying to create, y'all know I've shifted a lot earlier, right? I used to be overnight guy, right? And we're still overnight. We're just overnight in Gather, where we don't have any restrictions. But now during the day, I'm trying to be live during the day. So it's like, come through and work, or stream, or whatever you want to do, or if you're in a different time zone. But I'm trying to normalize working together, right? And Gather's made that really fun, right? So yeah, I really like that.
Somebody time to Angelo out.
Okay, yeah, probably deserved it. I mean, come on, like how he just doesn't really engage, right? And I say the same thing to my mods.
Oh,
no. If they time him out, you earned it.
Well, you got to put him in the back. You got to put him in the corner once in a while, or he never learns.
Or all four of them, baby.
And
that's
it's,
what he's
you know,
here
and
for,
it's,
the stinkings.
It's because we love him. That's why we time him out and put him in the corner, because we love him, right?
Oh, Tangelo, look at what you just said. 0 confirmed observations where evolution emerged spontaneously from a devolving chemicals.
What the fuck?
I think he meant to say live. Maybe he meant to say live.
No, I think he meant to say some twisted nonsense that's twisted and contorted. And Tangela, here's what would be my honest advice to these people. Just take it to where people want it. The thing I really do respect about the Jordan Petersons and William Lane Craigs, and for the most part, is they know their audience and they go to their audience. And when we engage with them, it's either because we showed up to say, I don't agree with you, or they're on some kind of debate or neutral platform, right? But when they write their books, they don't write them to atheists, right? The problem with Otangelo is he wants to go to ex-evangelicals who are deep into real science, either as, scientists or science, knowing people, right? And people who know the Bible is nonsense and people who don't believe in, and then he wants us to be his support system. And it's like, bro, we're happy to say, again, if I needed to borrow your lawnmower, I'd ask, but you're just picking the wrong audience for what you're selling, and I don't think that's gonna change. And I'm not trying to be mean, it's just an observation.
We know why he does that, though, why he picks the wrong audience, right?
Here's Johnny.
What's up, Johnny? It's all love. We worked it out, baby. How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up, Jay?
Good to see you.
Hey, James, did you get my message?
Oh, from Scott. Yes, I did. When is that, Sunday?
Sunday at 7 Central it starts.
7 p.m. or a.m.?
No, 7 a.m. Central.
Yeah, because I'm going to be out of town. I'm going to be out of commission on Sunday. Well, maybe. Fuck, I don't know. Anyway, I probably won't be there.
Otangelo can't gaslight me anymore. He's a moron.
Is Otangelo here?
It's boring. No, he's in the chat. But look, I'm gonna dip out because I got a meeting soon, and I wanna get everything set up to make sure I transition to that smoothly. But I'm so grateful to have you guys on. I hope to see you, later or soon. Definitely love everybody here. Appreciate everybody. Thanks for having me on, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, man. I'll see y'all soon.
Thanks, Jay.
Peace out.
Stay serious.
See you, Jay.
For sure. All right, y'all. I got a meeting soon, so let me go ahead and get set up for that. I think what we're gonna do is the normal deal where I'll probably go to my desk scene, which is this one. Let's pop them through. You can listen to them.
Well, go ahead.
I couldn't find it.
That's Answers in Atheism. Definitely check that out. For now, I'm gonna also start.
Yeah. So, but anyway.
Well, I'm gonna go to the Jordan Peterson when I start the actual meeting.
7 a.m. Central, and what I had said in my message is, I'd actually.
But let's listen to them for now while I get set up.
Continuation of your topic from the other day, because I don't feel as if I don't feel as if we fleshed that out completely.
No, I think we spent 10 minutes on it that whole 3 hours.
Right. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that you and Scott got out as much as maybe you have in your head about that topic. So
all right, that's theirs. All right, cool. We're looking kind of fresh right now.
I was telling him about Sunday.
Let's unmaximize that so we can see the chat. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, what was that topic?
Now we can see their chat.
Promoting free thought and integrity in the skeptical community.
Let me go ahead and
I wish I
punch out that camera.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I have some
Well, we're
words
going to
on
talk
how
about it
we
on.
can do that.
I'll probably leave y'all on the. Actually, I should leave y'all on the.
On my channel on Sunday morning at 7.
The
And it's
YouTube
usually
scene,
Mike
I
and
think.
Scott hosting the show, but Mike's gonna most likely be
But
busy
with
on
the
Sunday. So that's
laptop
why I was
instead
asking
of
James
the
if he wanted to do it.
screen capture.
Yeah, I'd love to. Central time is what compared to Eastern Standard Time?
So the 7 a.m. Central would be 8 a.m. our time.
Oh,
8
okay,
a.m. Eastern, yeah.
I can probably do it. I'll probably be awake. Probably.
Ooh, who did that? Sex Fine Pro. All right, let me pull that up here.
Counted, so
Yeah, no, counting the days. Wait a minute. I'm going to explain to you something you already know. You've been there many times. That's right.
Right.
It's kind of like counting blue cars.
Counting the Gays. That's a wholly, completely different show there.
Well, it has to be a fun.
Oh no, I just hit Streamlabs. Oh
Anyway,
no, that
I'm
was wrong.
26,220 days old today.
Nice.
And then I fucked up and said I was 21,481 days old. And then I saw Mike post.
Yeah.
What's up, UC Love? Appreciate you. Appreciate y'all. Man, Streamlabs timed out that user thing, and I didn't even get a chance to deal with the message. That's okay though. Myron Bot was on it.
So Leo, have you had great streams lately that you thought went really well for you on your channel?
Myron Bot handled it, man. They'll probably be back in a couple minutes.
Absolutely horribly, apparently.
Really?
I don't know what the issue. The issue was a StreamYard issue because both of my laptops.
I think
and my
Leo
phone
has
did not
issues
waver
interacting
once
with
in the
people,
Wi-Fi
but I'm glad to hear the issue in this
StreamYard kept
particular
saying
stream was technical.
I've had problems with StreamYard too lately.
Yeah,
I noticed
StreamYard
if I
is a
turn
mess,
Gather on
man.
and I've got StreamYard on, everything starts roboting for me, and I'm not sure if it's roboting out to the stream or not.
Yeah, he's got to get his audio taken care of.
Not sure
So
what's
real
going on.
quick, I just want to say hello to Agnostic Pagan Mom, who screamed hello at me in the chat. So hi Mom.
Oh, by the way, Stupid Horror Energy, I'm trying to put all your papers in the description as you put them out. So, anyway, I'm trying.
All right, so I'm gonna have y'all watching that. Cool, and then I gotta make sure I'm set up on my end for my meeting. All right, so I'm gonna leave the bot here because what I'm trying to get this set up is so.
Promote our community and our values better. Or are we going to save all that for Sunday?
Oh,
I'm not
going
going to be here for Sunday, sadly.
Well, right, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you have something you want to say, I'm not going to.
Oh man, yeah. So what I try to do, y'all, is when y'all see my little avatar, that's really gonna be me.
Go for it.
But if you see the bots, a lot of times I might be somewhere else, and then the bot will be broadcasting something for you to enjoy or check out. So
Are like amazing.
appreciate everybody looking at the chat. Appreciate everybody that's here and gather.
And to lead people to the light of reason. But the problem is we're just not reaching enough people, is what I see. I just
Appreciate Cameron and UC Love for being in here with me learning.
Getter. I think
Let me ask you. Let me ask you this real quick. Do you feel
The stream should be on Sambot's screen.
has watered down the skeptical community?
If you are joining us in Gather,
It seemed like, I mean, it seemed like atheist content is not promoted as much as it used to be on YouTube.
yeah, the bots are like narcs, man.
I think it just has to do with changes.
But yo, you
maybe
see
not
them
even changes in
sniped
the
out that
algorithm, but
sex
changes in
bot,
what's
man.
flowing through it. I think a lot
That's
of
what we
people
pay
are
him
more
for. Hey, if every
reactionary
once in a while a bad comment gets flagged, man,
Cat videos.
clean up your mouth.
But I
But
do
you
agree
see,
with
love, you
Reno.
should be
I
a
have to be
mod.
honest.
He shouldn't be
I
fucking
think
with
that
you.
some of the best
If it fucks with one of
atheist-oriented
your
secular content channels out
things,
there
it's
are
weird
some of the
because
smallest ones out
you're
there.
definitely
Like
a mod, I
Skeptic
think, right?
Haven, Tang is good. Digital Gnosis, Nathan's channel,
Godless
Dan's
Granny.
channel.
You ever seen Godless Granny's videos? She's pretty good, Godless Granny.
She is.
There's all the smaller channels, and I mean the larger channels and the larger names. I mean, Aaron, I think, is still doing content, which is fine. But like Matt, I mean, Matt's no longer a part of the ACA now. I think he's more on the line than he is AXP. And it's just it just seems like that there's a divide almost, not necessarily in like a negative sense, but just more in that there's just a distinction between the community of people who like center around like AXP, the line, the like the larger channels, and then there's the like the rest of us that are sort of here in the smaller community. And like I said, I'm just being honest. I think there is much more meaningful content in our community than there is in. I just do. I'm sorry. Like I'm not trying to be mean or rude, but I think we've got much more meaningful content.
I'd agree with
Niches,
this.
That's what it is. People are just forming little niches.
Yeah.
Well, and we can spare to spend an hour getting into the nitty gritty with a particular caller or.
Yeah. There's a lot. All this is all very
These
relevant.
big shows, they've got to
Very true. Very true.
keep up the image in a way. Like it's got to just they got to give them the atheist script, present the good image, and move it along. And there's just there's so many callers trying to get into the AXP. It's just it's not a good way to facilitate community. Frankly, I think the entire capitalist system we have is just ill-suited towards creating like a healthy public square, like a digital marketplace of ideas, the sort of thing that we would
all we can do is work with
want to have.
That's all we can do.
Yeah, but I think that there's more ways in which we can try and burst echo chambers and pop these bubbles.
I mean,
I don't know if anyone wants to get a truth social with me, but
I do, leader. I'm with it.
Politically reactive cats, because I'm pretty sure there's a market for that now. Politically reactive cats.
I did want to say, I do think there's a sense in which the larger online atheist community, think Atheist Experience, ACA, stuff like that. I got, again, I'm just gonna say it with my chest here. I don't think that they really foster a sense of like skepticism and critical thought. I mean, I remember earlier this year,
didn't make it.
Oh God, who's
finally? Carrie Ann's like the fucking invincible one up in this goddamn bitch. I celebrate every time something bad happens to Carrie Ann. God damn it, the house gotta win sometimes, Carrie Ann. You can't have a magic touch all the goddamn time. You gotta bring that shit back to earth once in a while. Y'all know Carrie Ann. Carrie Ann's leaderboard on the casino chips
didn't really exist until
was ungodly.
About 400,000.
Carrie Ann probably literally had more casino chips than I did.
For the average person,
like I dominate the pocket chains, but Carrie Ann literally probably had more tickets and chips to the casino than I did as the motherfucking host. Literally, shit's ridiculous, y'all.
And I have people like Jim Barrows and others that are like in the AXP and stuff telling me that I was wrong on these things. And the only reason that they thought that it was incorrect was because a theist was saying it. That was it. It's like straightforwardly, that was the reason. Because anybody versed in the relative.
All right, now y'all can't hear what's coming on in my wing, so I got to get out the wing. All right, here, let me get this right. I don't have that much time. I do have some time, but let me get this right while I have time. All right, so let's say this account, which is where I've been here, and I'm going to need my camera. Let's turn my camera on. I'm here. All right, cool. Now, this one has to dip because I have to go to Zoom. All right, so.
I think he doesn't.
All right, so now.
Hey James, I sent you
and I'm gonna listen to Gather.
I sent you a message in the private chat there.
Through who knows what I'm gonna listen to Gather through.
Shoot me an email.
I'm not gonna listen to Gather. I'm not gonna listen to Gather. I'm not gonna listen to Gather. All right, Myron Bot is chilling in the cafe. I'm gonna shut that down. Don't need to be in the cafe. So I'm just out of Gather, except for the bot on the other computer.
Yeah, things are up in the air.
Which should tell people not to try to talk to me and Gather. All right.
I'd rather,
Scott and nice. Else, all right, so now I gotta see
instead of me filling in for you. So yeah, if you're still available, then come on in.
Where we're meeting.
But as long as you said you weren't, you thought maybe you were going to not be available on Sunday, then I, took the initiative to reach out to somebody else, So, but yeah, we're not going to send you away if you.
Maybe we're just meeting in Mike's Zoom or something.
Well, maybe James will. I don't know. James might. No, I know.
Whatever. Well, he's my sub. He gets to send me away if he wants to. If he thinks I'm redundant, then yeah, just get rid of me.
Well, yeah, usually, like when you talk about like Broadway or something like that, if an understudy gets a shot, they don't want the star to show up.
Yeah. Hey, Speed, I had a question for you.
Which one?
Do you do you like philosophy of biology?
I do.
Interesting. There's a book that I was reviewing, you could actually find the whole book available online. Let me just make sure I can get it here. I think I've got it. Yeah, here we go. That I obviously I don't know for sure, but it sounds like something you might be interested in. Let me just make sure that if I click the PDF link, it actually gives you the full PDF. Last time it did. I just want to make sure it does it again.
I think I just downloaded like 3 books last week on philosophy of biology.
Because this one seems really, really interesting. It is more like science-based, but they do discuss, within the framework of philosophy. It's called Everything Flows Towards a Processual Philosophy of Biology. It's by Daniel J. Nicholson and John Dupree.
I've had Nicholson on the channel. Did you know that?
Well, I'll send you the link to this. I don't know if you've heard of this book or anything, but I was like, I feel like Speed might be interested in at least some of this book, if not all of it.
Definitely,
I haven't taken the chance to read it yet, but he sent us links to it or something. It's free, I think.
Yeah. With the link that I just put in there from the Oxford University Press, OUP. When you open it, if you just click the PDF right there underneath where it says it's published, you get the full PDF of it. So
this is so crazy. We're just going to get another account.
Won't for a couple of months because I've got some stuff. There's
everybody should get secondary
dispositionalism.
Everybody should get secondary alternate reality right winger accounts for when we invade Truth Social.
I'm going to be reading that here shortly.
For Truth Social and Clubhouse.
And I was like, this might be quite interesting, actually.
I got a quick question for Scott.
Before that question, real quick, would you just post the link in the comments?
It's there
for the book for everyone else.
Also, fuck it. I'm taking another energy drink. I skipped a day. I'm taking an extra one today. Fuck it.
I can probably get Dr. Nicholson to come on and talk about this. So
that would be cool. I'd be okay with that.
What was that question?
Well, no, because I had a split screen for the time I've been here because I had the chat popped out from YouTube, and I just went to full screen on the StreamYard, and I noticed, did Scott shave his beard off?
Yeah. You get tired of it. You get things stuck in it, and they get all tangled up. Like let's say you're eating a chocolate ice cream cone or something like that, and it drips down in there. That thing can stay that way
You're
for days.
looking pretty good, actually. You're looking good.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Not bad.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it. His lucky wife.
Uh-oh. Well, guys, we've been going for over 2 hours. So what do we want to do? What should we do, boys and girls?
Try and take over the world.
Try to take over the world.
Same thing we do every day.
Just trying to stop the people who are trying to take over the world.
Oh, we got some sort of spam guy with adult dating site.
Okay, they got hidden, so thankfully.
So here's one for you. I wonder what everybody thinks of my idea for Speed that I told them the other day. Is I said, you know what you should do if you want to put the time, because it's a lot of work to edit videos, of course. But I think that it would be great, like if he started making, even if it was only once a week or a couple times a week, making like little short, like 5-6 minute videos where he takes something that some apologist has said in the video that's totally whack about science, and then like showing the clip of it and then explaining in a few minutes why that's totally batshit crazy.
Yeah,
I think that would,
you could call it like Speed Shorts or something like that.
Right? Yeah. Or call it Speedos.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Speedo, a series of short videos on why apologists are fucking dumb.
Speedos, that's great. And we can have an avatar made. With Speed with a pair of Speedos.
He could have like a separate, and he could talk to Peter, get a separate introduction made for it and everything.
Cool. Yeah, that's a good idea. I also had a suggestion to start little snack shorts because the other day Snack was outside. It was like 28 above, and he usually comes running in the door right away when I open the door, but he wouldn't come in, and they wouldn't come in, so I shined the 4 months old, and he's playful as hell, but he's also trying to jump on these raccoons, and the raccoons are looking at him like, chill, dude, chill. And then like, what the fuck? They broke into the fence. They made themselves a new hole. But I couldn't believe he was out there trying to fucking play with the raccoons. He could have killed them. I don't know if that cat's going to survive.
Story.
He's a little too brave. He's sleeping now.
They got 9
Otherwise,
lives.
I think he's used 8 of them so far, just fucking with my other 2 cats. So, anyway. Okay, let's shoot her in the head, guys.
Jordan Elizabeth.
Yeah, real quick before you do, just remind everybody, and you just heard Speed a few minutes ago. You might even be there too. But Sunday, 7 a.m. Central on the Amateur Conversationalist, we will have episode, I don't even remember what it is now because I've been out of touch for a week or so, but episode 5 or 6 or something like that. And we're going to continue the topic that Scott and James were talking about the other night on James's channel. And that Lena was just, touching base on here a little bit ago. So come on by and check us out.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, guys. I actually wanted to say it's not for a couple of months, December 18th, actually, but I will be debating David Paulman on the topic, does the Christian God exist? He's actually a really, really sharp guy, so this is gonna be a really fun debate.
We're at
argument. I don't want to miss that one.
On the channel called The Gospel Truth.
Okay. Well,
it's on one of their channels.
I don't know if he's. I doubt he probably has a thumbnail made, but maybe he does. But yeah, that's on December 18th.
Are you sure you know what arguments you're going to bring?
What?
Do you know what arguments you're going to bring?
Well, I think me and him we're gonna get in touch on email, and I think we'll probably exchange introductions or talk about that so that we can tailor our introductions to the positions that each other actually holds. But so I'm just kind of waiting for him. I gave him my email because he didn't know how else to get a hold of me, so he commented on one of my videos, and I gave him my email. So I'm gonna wait and just kind of ask him, he doesn't have to reveal too much, but if he could give a general outline of how he's going to introduce his position that way, because there are 2 potential ways. Since we're talking about the Christian God, I could either present the logical argument from evil and then the argument from failure, and that would probably be much more of a heavy philosophical discussion, or I could just do a general, a 2-pronged defense of naturalism. The prior probability of naturalism is higher than theism, and that naturalism is more theoretically virtuous than theism, and then that would be more maybe a sciencey based discussion, but I don't know exactly what his presentation is going to be, and so I might tailor it to that.
I like the idea of sticking to one proposition for a debate. So I think if he's going to bring something to argue, they'll just take the
specified topics,
Leo,
right? You'll just
engaging the culture. Is it that channel? Engaging the culture. That one.
Is that the name of the channel?
The Gospel Truth, Engaging the Culture.
I don't know. I just know the channel is the Gospel Truth. It's got a black man as a profile picture. Is there a black man? Yep. That's the one.
Okay, I'll put it in chat.
So, the Gospel Truth. Now, is that because it's a theist that's saying the gospel is a truth, or is it like an atheist that's showing the truth of the gospel that people deny?
I don't know. That's just the name of the channel. I mean, he's got 7.5K subs, and I know T Jump's been on there. I know he's had, I think, Eric Hernandez on. Wait, was this the channel that him and Danny debate? Maybe not. I might be wrong on that. Let me look
but do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying about how it could be taken either way? Like it could be the gospel truth, and it could be a theist, or it could be something called the gospel truth.
No. He's a theist. He's a theist.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because it could be an atheist saying this is really the truth of the gospels.
Yeah, CJ Cox, the synagogue, has been on here. I thought that it was this channel that Danny and Eric Hernandez debated on, but I think I'm wrong. But yeah, he's got a debate coming up on the 30th of November between Michael Jones, obviously Inspiring Philosophy, and Joe Schmid, which is Majesty of Reason. God, he's so fucking smart. It's not even funny. On the contingency argument in the existence of God. I need to set my notification for that because I am definitely going to be watching that one.
Joe,
he's actually got
an
pretty good
atheist, right?
content.
Or is he agnostic?
The guy that hosts channel? Or
May I
Joe
see a
Smith?
reason?
Yeah, no, he's an agnostic. He's
Hey,
agnostic.
so do you think that the Tinder hot XYZ, you think we were targeted because this is an atheist channel and they think we don't have morals?
Who the fuck? I see them all over. I see them on Rebecca's channel all over the place.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding.
They probably think that, yeah, there's more like heathens in our community or something like that. But yeah, this channel does actually have pretty decent like debates and discussions and interviews and shit. It's actually a pretty decent channel.
They targeted us because we have an internet connection.
Yeah.
That's who they target. Anyway, guys, okay. Going to shoot it in the head now.
All right, guys. See you soon.
I'm sure you're happy.
Stay curious.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Bye, cool.
Answers in atheism.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here in this massive hall. I can't believe that all of you decided that coming to talk about the topics we're going to talk about tonight was the top priority in your life. But let's see if we can justify that. You know, that might be a good aim. See if we could make it worthwhile. So to make your decision correct. So you may know or not that I was on a television show last night, Q&A. Apparently you know that.
It's too terrifying.
Some of you anyways. I can't say I enjoyed it, really. Really, it's funny, you know, like, and I think as I've got farther along in doing whatever it is that I happen to be doing, I find those events more and more stressful. I don't know exactly what it is. I think it's the proclivity of everything. Everything has to be mangled in some sense into a preset format, you know, and the fundamental format really is that everything has to be political, you know, and everything isn't political. So that's not helpful when you're trying to discuss things that aren't political. And I mean, I'm not complaining about it. Well, I suppose I am. It's just surprising to me how
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
How much it takes out of me, say, compared to doing an event like this, which I really enjoy doing. Like, I spent a lot of time preparing, and there's a lot of you, and I really want it to go well and all that. But this is much less dreadful. I guess that's right. And you know, and then there's the strange constraints on format. You know, people ask very complex questions, and
idiot or willful piece of.
And you know, there's something downright sinful about answering a really complicated question in a minute, because it sort of suggests that complex questions have answers that take 1 minute, And they don't. They have answers that take sometimes they take decades, and sometimes they take thousands of years, you know. But of course, I can't expect a television show to allow for thousands of years, but the format itself works against the kind of thought that's necessary to actually have the discussions that are necessary. And so, anyways, having said all that, it went
too terrifying.
All right. I would say there were no nasty surprises, and particularly, and it was a civil discussion. Whether it was a productive discussion or not is a different matter, but it wasn't an unproductive discussion, and so that's something. But there was one question that came up, and I thought I would actually start talking about that question tonight, because I've never been happy. I've been asked this question a lot, and I've never been happy with the answer that I've given to it, and I've never really been able to exactly I've never been able to figure out exactly why I haven't been happy with the question. And so I'm going to try to answer it properly tonight, and then I'm going to talk more generally about 12 rules, about the book. Now, it's fine, this question is directly relevant to the book, and so it should make for a good lead-in, but it'll enable us to talk about something that I think is really very much worth talking about, and I hope I can formulate the problem properly and then formulate the proper answer, at least more coherently than I've managed. I have this, followed this rule
Oh,
for a
thanks,
very long
Carrie Ann.
time,
That's sweet.
which I actually found was
I
a
appreciate you
Socratic rule.
guys. Originally, I wanted to be honest with you. I wanted to just
Recently, until I wrote 12 Rules for Life.
end the stream before the meeting and then just hang out and gather afterwards.
Daemon,
But I think I'll
by
come
which he
back
meant
on
an
stream
internal voice.
for a little while afterwards
He said
and
that,
stay live.
He always listened to it.
I'm
And
sick
that
of
was
all
what
these
made
little
him
baby
different from other
Christians that people.
people.
They're like,
He
oh,
always
stop
listened to the
fighting.
voice. And the voice didn't tell him what to do.
I am sick of all these little baby Christians.
And,
Seriously.
When the Delphic Oracle proclaimed that Socrates was the wisest man
Especially
in
because
Greece, in Athens,
so many of the ones that we think about, it's like I'm trying to combat their ideas. And then I'm constantly being told I've got to like shelter and protect their feelings, which is all anybody ever does, and is how we got ourselves in this situation in the first place.
his internal conscience.
We
And I
kept
just found out the other day that the
privileging this
word
ridiculous
democracy
way of
comes from the
knowing.
same root, which is really interesting. Like I had no idea.
And so
that
now
was the
this
case,
is the
because
result.
What it suggests, it's so fascinating.
And what it also suggests is I'm about to go pee-pee real fast before these men expect me to, and young lady expect me to sit here and talk about cultural evolution. Be right back.
The basic, what happened historically is that, well, so there was the concept of the Socratic daemon. Now, it was the daemon that Socrates listened to when he decided that he was not going to run when the Athenians decided that they were going to put him to death, the Athenian aristocrats, right? Because they thought that he was corrupting the youth by, talking to them and telling them the truth. And I suppose that's certainly grounds for chasing someone out of your town. Anyways, they gave him plenty of notice because they didn't really want to kill him. They just wanted to get the old goat the hell out to some other city where he could cause trouble there. And his friends were, making plans to scurry him away from Athens. And he went out and consulted his daemon, and it told him not to leave. And that was a big shock to Socrates because, of course, he didn't want to die. And but yet he had decided that he was always going to follow the dictates of the daemon. And so he did something that only a philosopher would do, was reversed his assumptions. He thought, oh, well, I was afraid of dying, and my daemon said, stick around, and so I must be wrong. It must be worse to risk not following that internal voice than to risk this form of death, which is a question you have to really wrestle with, and one his friends weren't very happy about. But in any case, he didn't run, and we have two good court-like documents attesting to that, one written by someone named Xenophon and the other by Plato. They're very interesting documents. I would highly recommend reading them. They're very short, and one of the reasons I would recommend reading them, apart from the fact that they're fascinating and short, is that you also get the sense from what Socrates wrote that because he had lived his life fully, no holds barred in some sense, that he could let it go when the time came. And that's an interesting thing, because, well, it's a question I think that we all wrestle with. We should, is like, well, is there a purpose to our life? And, well, that's a hard question. And then if there is a purpose, well, how is it expressed? And then if there is a purpose and our lives are truncated as they are by death, then how can that purpose have significance? And those are hard questions. But Socrates' experience seemed to be that he had lived enough in his life so that when push came to shove, which it certainly did, he was able to gracefully let it go. And he attested to that with his death. And that's fairly convincing, I mean, that's a fairly convincing argument. And it's one that I find, well, it's hard to tell if I find it exactly credible, but I don't find it incredible. I mean, I certainly have noticed that as I've got older and have done things, what would you say, accomplished isn't exactly the right word. I've participated in many things that I'm pleased to have participated in them, but wouldn't necessarily go back and participate in them again. It's sort of as if when you do something and you finish it, it's as if it's done. You don't have to do it again. And maybe it's possible, who knows, that if you finish your life, whatever that might mean, if you exhaust your life, then that's enough life, that you've had enough. And I mean, that doesn't mean that I try not to keep myself healthy and that I want to die tomorrow. It doesn't mean any of that. I'm trying to stick around as long as I can, but there's still that curiosity about the relationship between life and mortality, and the possibility that a life well lived exhausts itself in some fundamental sense, so that you can be satisfied, let's say, with what you were. There is some psychological evidence that bears on this. If you ask people what they regret, especially as they get older, what they generally report is things not done. So they don't regret so much mistakes they've made, although, of course, people obviously regret mistakes they've made as well. So they don't exactly regret sins of commission, right? Errors that they've actively made. They torment themselves for opportunities that had presented themselves that they did not, let's say, exploit or engage in. And I think that's worth thinking about too, because one thing that I have become convinced about with regards to human consciousness, which I think is equivalent to the spark of divinity in some sense that our fundamental stories insist has been placed within us, is that human consciousness is that faculty that confronts potential itself. I think there's good neurological evidence for this, by the way, for those of you who are scientifically minded, because we build circuits within us for habitual action that we've practiced many times that seem to run in a very deterministic fashion. And we are a strange combination of deterministic and non-deterministic as far as I can tell. But what our consciousness seems to be for is to encounter those things not yet encountered. And those things that we have not yet encountered seem to me to be those things that have not yet been brought into being. And so you could say that what our consciousness is for the encounter with potential. That our consciousness
with the feedback. Sorry about that.
Not for the past,
gang, encounter your full potential. I'll be back after this fucked up ass meeting.
Transform the future into the present. And really that's what our consciousness does. When you wake up in the morning, you have a new day ahead of you, and the day could take you in very many directions. and the weeks and the
Again,
years, all of that.
I don't know
take
what the
very
hell
many
I'm
directions,
talking
and you have
about.
some apprehension about what those directions might be. You have some apprehension about what role your choices might make in transforming that potential into one form of actuality or another. I mean, you certainly know that there are dreadful mistakes that you might be very tempted to make that would produce all manner of hell around you and still be tempted to do it. It seems like it's sitting there right in front of you as a possibility. You also know that, you could haul yourself up out of bed and attend to your duties and do the sorts of things that you're supposed to and set a few things right that day and that week, and that likely things would at least not be worse, and they would probably be better. And I do believe that I don't understand how this can be the case. I don't understand how it is that consciousness can function in that way, because I think to understand that, we would have to understand what it means for the future to be only potential rather than actuality, and who the hell understands that? I mean, no one. And then we'd have to understand how it is that our
There's a reason why this world's going to hell.
Choices transform that potentiality into actuality, into reality, into the present and the past. And we certainly act as if we believe that that's what we do. We upbraid ourselves. For example, when we do a bad job of it, we're upset with our children and those we love if we don't believe that they're living up to their potential. We're guilty and ashamed when we make choices that we feel are inappropriate. We understand to some degree that the manner in which time lays itself out has something to do with the ethics of our choice. And again, I would say that's a very deep idea. I think it's the most true idea I know. It's very emphasized, that idea emphasized in ancient religious stories such as those that are outlined in Genesis, or in Genesis with its strange insistence that, God is that which brings order out of chaos, formless potential, generates the world out of formless potential, and that we're somehow made in that image, which seems to me to be the case. And that the proper way, by the way, to go about acting in that image is to act in relationship to the potential that confronts you with truth and with courage, with careful articulation. That's the logos. And that if you do that, then what you bring forth is
I don't know what the hell
good.
I'm talking about.
So, anyways, those are all background ideas that are associated with 12 Rules for Life, and they have a bearing on this question that I want to answer tonight. And so I'm going to sit. I have some notes which I don't usually use, but I'm going to use them tonight because I haven't got everything about this particular notion memorized in some sense yet, because I'm still working it out. But that should work out okay. So we'll see what happens. So yeah, well, good. So Windows work, that's always good. I've seen it not work sometimes when Bill Gates demonstrates it, and that's got to be very, very embarrassing. Although I would say, all things considered, he seems to have done quite well. All right, so here's the question that came up last night. And this is a strange question for what's essentially a political show. Near the end, a gentleman on videotape came up and he discussed the topic of human dignity. It's not a topic you hear a lot about. There's a lot of topics that are sort of related to human beings that you don't hear a lot about anymore. You don't hear a lot about nobility. You don't hear a lot about endurance, let's say, stalwartness, courage, dignity. Those aren't values that we discuss much. Responsibility being another one, which is one I'm quite thrilled about, all things considered, because I think it's the pathway to meaning itself. But so his was the topic of human dignity, and he asked us a question. do you believe in God? And then he said, as a Catholic, I don't see any other way that we can have a universe with dignity. And so I'm not so concerned about the second part of his commentary, although I might get to that. But the first part, do you believe in God, is a question that's been leveled at me many times. And I'm going to, with some other people on the panel, and I'm going to just review what they said briefly, and then I'm going to talk about what I said, and then I'm going to fix what I said, I hope, so that it's better. At least that's the plan. So Terry Butler, who is a Labour frontbencher, said, I'm agnostic. People are inherently valuable because they are people. And no, that doesn't work out very. It's one of those 1-minute answers, except it's actually only 10 seconds, because you can make the opposite argument, and people do all the time. You know, like the Club of Rome, for example, which was an organization in Rome, logically enough, formed in the 60s, was very much concerned about the terribly detrimental effect that human beings were having on the planet, and I believe it was one of the Club of Rome members who coined the idea, and if it wasn't, it was someone who was thinking exactly the same way, so it works out either way, that human beings were something approximating a cancer on the planet, you know, because of all the terrible things we were doing ecologically and so forth. That was back when people believed we were going to overpopulate the planet to such a degree by the year 2000 that there would be widespread privation and starvation, which, by the way, if you haven't noticed, there isn't. And you know, if you look at the terrible things that people do, apart from the despoiling of the natural environment, let's say, there's all the, you know, malevolence that's associated with human interactions and also human social systems. And it isn't so obvious as a consequence of that that you can make a straightforward case that human beings are inherently valuable merely because they're human beings, because you can make an equally logical case from first principles that they're inherently, well, destructive, or that they should be perhaps limited in their ability to procreate, or that they are a catastrophe for the planet as a whole, or that our entire history is nothing but a sequence of what would you call unrequited malevolence, and that people generally can't be trusted. And so I don't find that answer particularly satisfying. I think it's just self-referential. People are inherently valuable because they are people. It's like, well, you don't really get anywhere with an answer like that. So she's agnostic, but then she has this idea, despite her agnosticism, that you can make the case a priori with nothing buttressing it, that people are somehow inherently valuable. And it seems to me that that requires a little more depth and a little more explanation for it to actually be convincing. You know, it's like, it's not obvious to me that people themselves think that they're valuable all the time. Often they don't think that at all. They certainly don't think that often when they're depressed. They certainly don't think that when they're suicidal. They don't really think that when they're ashamed or guilty or frustrated or disappointed or angry, or waking up at 3 in the morning and tormenting themselves with their consciences. They don't necessarily think that when they're fighting with their family, or when they're upset at work, or, you know, when things go wrong in life. And so it's not so bloody obvious that people are inherently valuable. And then you might also notice that it's kind of easy to think that some people are more valuable than others, sort of like an Animal Farm, you know, where the animals were all equal, except that some animals were more equal than others. But it's very easy for human beings to think that about other human beings, because no matter where you look in human societies, there are rank orders of value, right? In any hierarchy that we produce that's associated with some ability, we find that some people are so much better at whatever it is that they're doing that it's an absolute miracle, and most people are absolutely dreadful at it. And so, you know, if you were thinking about inherent value as something associated with an approximation of skill or competence, then it wouldn't be obvious from the structure of the world that people were inherently valuable in that manner either, because there's such a rank order difference in our ability to do things. You know, and you might say, well, that kind of averages out across things, but I don't think that's a very strong argument either. So it's bloody well not obvious, I'll tell you. It's not obvious where this idea that people are inherently valuable came from. That's a tough one. You know, and in aristocratic states or tyrannical states, it's certainly not obvious at all that there's any acceptance of the notion that people are inherently valuable. It's like there's no necessary presumption of innocence, for example, and you don't have any sovereign right to your own destiny, like you're not granted the rights, not granted because that's the wrong way of thinking about it, your rights as a sovereign individual who has the responsibility and the capability to determine the destiny of the state itself don't exist. That doesn't exist as a concept, and so I don't see that there's anything there that speaks of inherent value either. So it's by no means an obvious concept. In fact, I think it's one of the least obvious concepts that human beings have ever come up with, that each of us in some strange manner is to be attributed some divine spark, let's say, that makes us equal in some fundamental way before God, you know, before the reality of the universe itself, even in relationship to our own laws. I mean, if you want a miracle for an idea, that's I can't think of one that's more unlikely than that. So I've been puzzling over that for a very long time, because I cannot understand why in the world that idea ever came to be, or how in the world we ever agreed to act as if it was true. It's really something, and we should let that go. We let that idea go to our great peril. It's a fundamental, remarkable, fundamental idea. And what's so interesting about it, too, is that once you have that idea, weird as it is and improbable as it is, and you start to organize your social relationships in accordance with it, well, then they work. You know, so my rule, too, is treat yourself as if you're someone responsible for helping, and it's sort of predicated on the idea that regardless of your inadequacies and your malevolence, which, you know, I'm sure you have many inadequacies and no shortage of malevolence, just like everyone else. Regardless of that, you have a moral obligation, so that would be a responsibility, to assume that despite all evidence, that there's actually something of intrinsic worth about you, and that as a consequence, you're duty-bound to treat yourself like that is true. And then it turns out that if you do that, well, then your life gets better. And I don't mean happier exactly, although I would say it gets happier. I mean it gets richer and more meaningful and deeper and more worthwhile, and you become more educated and you become wiser, and you treat yourself with more respect, and you're a better model for other people, and you're a better father or better sister or better mother, whatever it happens to be. And you're less ridden by that guilt that gnaws at you, and shame that's there otherwise saying, you're not what you could be, you're not what you could be. And that's a hell of a voice to get rid of, and it's certainly not one that's easy to ignore. So that's a pretty good, that idea that there's something divine, let's say, that resides within you of ultimate worth. Even as a philosophical statement or a psychological statement rather than a metaphysical statement, it seems to be a precondition for establishing properly harmonious relationships with yourself. And that's worth thinking about a lot, you know, that you have, because you could think that in some sense you just own yourself, you know, because people do kind of make that claim, especially when they're trying to justify, for example, their right to suicide, that, you know, it's your life, it's your body, you're yours to do what you will with. And if that was true, well, then it would seem to me that life would be a lot more straightforward, because you would just tell yourself things that you would instantly obey and believe. So first of all, you'd tell yourself all the things that you were going to do, and then you just run off and do them, which you don't, obviously, because it's much more difficult at that. And then you'd also say, well, enough of the guilt and the shame and the negative emotion and the disillusionment and the vengefulness and all those things that make life hard, especially the self-recrimination. It's like, what the hell do we need that for? And if we're our masters of our own destiny and owners of our own fate, then why can't we just command to ourselves that that be dispensed with? And like, that doesn't work. I've never seen anybody able to do that. So, I mean, you can fool yourself for very brief periods of time into thinking that that might work, but it doesn't work, and that's strange. And this is one of the reasons I love the psychoanalysts, because they were really the people, apart from the religious types, who figured out that whatever you are, you're not a unitary spirit that's under your own dominion. You know, you're something like a loose unity of a multiplicity of spirits, many of which are doing their own thing, which you're striving to bring into some form of unity. But even that unity isn't something that's under your control in any real sense. It's a unity that has its own nature that you have to exist in relationship to. And I would also say that that's one of the things that keeps people's feet firmly on the ground, because otherwise it's easy to become egotistical and narcissistic. You know, if you think that you're the center of your own being, you know, in some fundamental sense, then you're only beholden to yourself. You're sort of a self-created creature. Perhaps you could think about it that way. But it doesn't work like that. It's like the ideal that constitutes the unity that you might become then sort of manifests itself as something that you could strive toward but aren't. And it also serves as a judge. It's the thing that keeps you up at night saying, you know, there's some things you're just not attending to, and you should get at it, because life is short and there's no shortage of trouble that you might end up in, and a wise person would attend to the dictates of his conscience and lay out his actions in the world according to what he knows to be true and correct. And that is how people think. And it isn't obvious that why we think that way. This is part of the reason that it seems to me so obvious that we have a religious instinct, because I can't think of what else you would possibly call that other than a religious instinct. You know, Nietzsche, when he proclaimed the death of God, which by the way was no triumphant proclamation, because he also mentioned that we would never find enough water to wash away the blood, which was his, what would you call it, prognostication for the 20th century, and a very accurate one at that. He believed that we would, in some sense, have to become as gods in ourselves in order to replace what we had lost. He thought that the collapse of the Judeo-Christian structure would be absolutely catastrophic for the West, and I believe that he was correct. And that the way out of that would be that we'd have to create our own values. We'd have to take the place of what was once, let's say, externalized and divine onto ourselves. And, you know, it's a hell of a theory. And it's not, and Nietzsche is not an easy person to criticize, because you have to do a lot of reading before you find someone who's 1/10 as smart as Nietzsche. He has this funny line about his books. It's really quite comical. He said, takes most writers a whole book to write what I can write in a sentence. Then he said, no, they can't even manage it in a book. And that's actually true. I mean, if you read Nietzsche, Beyond Good and Evil, for example, you see that his thought is so powerful that it's really a kind of miracle. What the psychoanalysts realized, though, this was particularly Jung's contribution, I would say, Carl Jung's contribution. He was a great student of Nietzsche, a real admirer of Nietzsche, and really someone who was trying to solve the problem that Nietzsche had put forward, which was, well, our underlying metaphysics, our religious structure had collapsed, and that was the story upon which our entire culture was based, for better or worse. It had collapsed, and we needed to do something about that, and we were doing various things. We were turning to fascism, let's say, or we were turning to communism, both ideological replacements for more fundamental religious beliefs. but that Nietzsche's suggestion that we turn to ourselves to extract out our own values, to create our own values, let me be more accurate about that, happened to be untrue because we weren't the sort of creatures who were actually capable of doing that. And it's one of the reasons I love Jung and his biological take in some sense towards human beings, because Jung firmly believed, and I think all of the evidence supports him, believed that human beings actually had a nature, that we weren't merely social constructions, which we certainly aren't, despite what the social constructionists insist upon, forcing us to think increasingly through legislative means, and that we had to wrestle with what it was that we were. Even though we're our own creatures in some sense, we also have to wrestle with our intrinsic nature. And we know about the nature part of that more and more. I mean, we know more about our neurocircuitry, for example. We know that there's a circuit for rage, and there's a circuit for fear, and there's a biological system for jealousy, and there's a system for altruism, and there's a circuit for play, and there's another one for pleasure, and there's a complex circuit for negative emotion, pain and anxiety and frustration and disappointment and guilt and shame. And we know that human beings share that motivational structure not only with all other human beings, but certainly with all mammals and almost all animals. And so that biological component of us is unbelievably deep, right? It's tens of millions, hundreds of millions, and even billions of years old. I read an interesting paper just the other day. I tend to talk about lobsters more than the average person, and one of the points I made in 12 Rules for Life was that our neurochemistry, at least some of it, is so similar. It's been conserved so completely throughout the immense duration of evolution, hundreds of millions of years, that lobsters, like human beings, appear to become the lobster equivalent of depressed if they suffer a hierarchy defeat, and that if you give them chemicals that are roughly analogous to human antidepressants, it perks them right back up. Their posture improves, and they'll go off and fight. And when I first discovered that, it just blew me away. I never recovered from it. I thought, my God, really, that the continent is 350 million years of continuity in the structure of those systems. And we know the serotonin system, which is the system I'm talking about, does govern your observation of where you sit in a social hierarchy, like it does for many, many animal species, and as one consequence of that, regulates your emotions, so that if it sees that you're a relatively high status creature in your local environment, then it tends to allow you to feel more positive emotion and less negative emotion. And if it sees you as a low status creature in your local comparative environment, then it does the opposite. It overwhelms you with negative emotion and suppresses positive emotion. And so, and that's really bad. No one likes that. It's fundamentally, there's really nothing worse that can happen to you than that, to have those emotions adjusted in that manner, so that the incentive reward and the motivation and the positive emotion vanishes from your life. So there's nothing to be enthusiastic or excited about, and all of the negative emotions, pain, disappointment, frustration, grief, all of those terrible negative emotions are tremendously magnified. No one wants that. It's the last thing you want. Perhaps it's the last thing you want. And that's partly why people are very let's call it, what would you say? They're willing to fight for their position in their status hierarchy, and even for the existence of the hierarchies themselves. So, anyways, it is the case that human beings have a nature, and we have to contend with that nature, and so we can't just create our own values. And what Jung, especially Jung, Freud started it, but especially Jung, believed that, well, in some sense, what had happened was that we had lost the externalized religious narrative that had been projected by our imagination out onto the world. You think about the constellations, and the names of the constellations, and the idea that the skies were populated by gods. That was an externalization of our imagination, right? Projected out into the world. We were seeing the world through our imagination, and which is exactly how we do see the world. And as we proceed, we're better able to distinguish, let's say, what's imagination from what's objective world. But that doesn't mean the imagination disappears or that it's without value, because the imagination is part of what helps us, let's say, confront the future, because we do that with our imagination, and to compose things in possibility before we realize them in actuality. So for Jung, the world of gods just collapsed within, back into the imagination, and it was into the imagination that we had to go again to discover what we had lost, to discover these lost values. And that's akin, in some sense, I suppose, to rescuing your father from the belly of the whale. A very brilliant intellectual tour de force to manage that supposition, especially back when he did it. And I think I see no evidence whatsoever that he was wrong, given, as I said, our radical inability to command ourselves as if we are our own in some fundamental way. We seem subject to intractable moral laws. And I'm not trying to make a case for the accuracy of those laws necessarily, or for their metaphysical origin, but I am trying to make a case for their psychological and phenomenological reality. You definitely experience them insofar as you suffer, let's say, from the pricks and arrows of your own conscience. And I doubt if there's a single person in this room who doesn't regularly suffer in that manner, and some of you suffer like that virtually all the time, which can also be a problem. In any case, it's interesting to note that we're not exactly masters in our own houses, and that's such an interesting thing to note, because you think, well, if we're not masters in our own houses, well, what is it? Is it just a chaotic internal structure? Is it merely the voice of nature and nature's various instinctual subsystems? That doesn't seem to be correct, because we do integrate them into something approximating a unity. There's more than just the basics of nature. We have language, we have communication, we have culture. We build up above nature something that's more than nature, but we're still beholden to it. The question is, well, what are we beholden to? What is this that we're beholden to? And socially, politically, and individually, that we cannot escape from? Well, so that's part of the question. Do you believe in God? Well, that's part of the answer, actually. And, it's no bleak answer. But the first thing I'm trying to say is, try controlling yourself. Try acting as if you're the fundamental source of your own values, independent of any, what would you call it, transcendent ethical structure. Just see if you can do that. But try it for a week, try it for a month. I've never met anybody that could do it, not even for a moment. I mean, I don't know how many of you have read Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, but I would highly recommend that if you're interested in this sort of thing, because it's the definitive study of this idea. Because in Crime and Punishment, the protagonist commits the perfect murder, and he has his reasons for it, and many reasons, because Dostoevsky didn't mess around. When he wanted to give someone reasons, he gave them reasons, and Raskolnikov, the main character, had reasons for murder. And then he commits his murder, and he gets away with it. But things don't go well for Raskolnikov, because one of the things he finds out is that the Raskolnikov that you were before you committed the murder is not the same as the Raskolnikov as you are after you've committed the murder. And there's a dividing line there that you don't, it's like the red pill, I guess, right? That's the Matrix, correct? The red pill. And once there's certain actions, once you take them, there's no going back. And so that's what Crime and Punishment is about. And Raskolnikov tortures himself to death, well, not literally, but metaphysically, psychologically, because he cannot tolerate breaking the great moral code. And so it's a great book. It's truly a great book. And it's also extraordinarily Like it's a murder mystery thriller as well as being a deep philosophical book. So if you're in the mood for, you know, a murder mystery thriller that's also a deep philosophical book, then that's the one for you. So now, one of the other speakers on the panel, Van Badham, who was described not by me as a writer, activist, and Twitter queen, which is, I think, like being the Red Queen in Alice in Wonderland, something like that. I went on her Twitter site today to find out how many followers she has, but apparently I'm not one of them because I'm blocked. And it kind of surprises me because I didn't know that I'd ever tried to follow her. But anyways, she said, and this was interesting, she said, I'm a Christian and a Marxist. And I thought, no. You can only be a Christian and a Marxist if you, well, there's a couple of ways. One is that you just want to be all things that are good at once, regardless of their internal contradictions. And so that would be one reason. And another reason would be that you don't know anything about Christianity or Marxism. And then the next would be that you're just compartmentalized. You know, like there's this idea that people can't hold two contradictory thoughts in their mind at the same time. Well, that idea was formulated by someone who's never met a human being, because you can hold like 50 contradictory thoughts in your head at the same time, as you know, whenever you argue with someone that you love, because you love them and maybe you even like them, but you also hate them and you wish that you could just crush them right there and then. And so, like, that's a lot of contradictory ideas, and that's probably only like half the contradictory ideas that are running through your mind at the moment. You know, so man, you're so full of contradictions that it's just beyond belief. And the only time, I mean, I know this because I read undergraduate essays. And what's interesting about undergraduate essays is it's so interesting because the undergraduate will make a claim in paragraph 1, and then in paragraph 7 will make the opposite claim, and they won't notice that they're intellectually incommensurate. And, you know, that might happen 30 times in the essay. And the reason that works is because, well, they haven't been called on the paradoxes, but also because they haven't had to live the paradoxes through, because you really only straighten out your thought when you have, like, impulse A and impulse B, and they conflict at the same time, right? And you can either do one or the other, but not both. You know, if it's A today and B tomorrow, well, then you can hold those ideas simultaneously. But if it's A or B right now, then you have to decide, is A more important or is B more important? You have to put them in a hierarchy, and then you have to act them out, and you have to see what happens. And so then you find out if you're full of contradictions, and part of the way that you iron out your contradictions, which is very, very hard to do, is that you go out and you do a whole bunch of things in the world, like Socrates did. You go, you have your adventure in the world, and you put your ideas to the test, and those that work out in a paradoxical or counterproductive manner you dispense with or put lower on the priority list or something like that. And that's how you discover that, you know, you can't hold incommensurate views simultaneously. Carl Jung said that something like, paradoxical views that are not made conscious will be played out in the world as fate. And that's really worth thinking about too. So if you have your, let's call it your typical negative experience, you know, this thing that just seems to just keep happening to you, bad luck, let's call it, it's highly probable that there's a set of ideas that are occupying you, preoccupying you, possessing you, that are driving you in this direction continually, and that you can't or won't work out the contradiction, and as a consequence, you know, maybe you think every woman is your mother, and you haven't noticed that you think that, and that you know, and it is something that people think, because women are, or mothers are women, and it's not a bad initial template, but, you know, you gotta, you got to modify it to some degree. And you know, if that's an unconscious idea that you have and you continue to play it out, you may run into your continual, habitual negative experience with women, and you'll wonder what the hell is wrong with women, but it isn't the women that has the problem, it's you. And you know, if you run into problems with women all the time, then it's highly probable that the problem is you. So, not always, but generally. So well, let's go into this Marxist and Christian idea here just for a minute. So we'll start with some of the ideas of Marx. Well, Marx believed that people were basically socially constructed so that we were blank slates, and that whatever our nature was given to us essentially by our surroundings, but even more importantly by our social class, right? Because Marx was a theorist of social class and believed that the primary dispute, let's say, the primary motivator of human history, the primary driver of human history was something like the rich versus the poor, the bourgeoisie versus the proletariat, and that was a consequence of your social upbringing, and that your group identity was paramount. Okay, so there's nothing about that that's vaguely Christian. That's not how the Christian worldview works. It's not how the Judeo-Christian worldview works, because in that worldview, you're fundamentally an individual. Your nature is fundamentally attributable to you by God. You're fundamentally responsible to God, and and history itself is something like the playing out of your relationship to the transcendent. So those things aren't the same. They're not commensurate. You can't believe both of them at the same time. Marxism is a materialistic philosophy. It's predicated on the idea that, essentially, an idea that Dostoevsky criticized in great depth was that if you just made people rich enough, let's say, if you deprived them of their privation, if you equalized their economic status, let's say, that the utopia would come to light upon earth. And, you know, I have a certain amount of sympathy for a viewpoint like that, because, you know, who likes starvation and misery? You know, there's nothing positive to be said about that. But I think Dostoevsky was right, too, in his criticism of Marxism, although he wasn't directly aiming this at Marx, in Notes from Underground, where he noted that, you know, if you gave people what they wanted in terms of, let's say, bread and circuses, if they had, as he said, nothing to do but eat cakes and busy themselves with the continuation of the species, which is kind of a nice phrase, that the first thing they would do is take a hammer and smash things just so that something improbable and strange would happen, just so that we could have our way. You know, and it's kind of a recapitulation of the idea of original sin in Dostoevsky's subtle manner, is that we're the sorts of creatures that, you know, what did he say? We're ungrateful. That's the thing that primarily distinguishes us from animals, is we're ungrateful and that we can curse. That was what he thought made us different than animals. And that even if we got what we wanted materially, that wouldn't satisfy us, because we're not the sorts of creatures that can be satisfied with material possessions, let's say, or material comfort, because it isn't even obvious that we're after comfort. I mean, what do you want? You want to just lay in a feather bed and eat peeled grapes all day? I mean, maybe for an hour or so, that might not be a bad idea, but, you know, it's going to get dull pretty quick. You're going to go out looking for trouble. And it's certainly possible that the more material resources and the easier they were to get that you have at your disposal, the more creative ways you're going to find to cause yourself trouble when you go out and look for trouble. And that's a testament to the human spirit, and Dostoevsky knew this. It's like, well, whatever we're here for, it isn't the utopia of equal material distribution. We're not looking to be fed and asleep, you know? And I don't know what it is that we're looking for. God only knows. Maybe what we're looking for is to continually keep looking, something like that. I mean, that's the sorts of creatures that we are. But the materialist philosophy is that, well, if you just provided for people economically, problem over. And no, wrong. I mean, most of you are, as given that you're going to be ill in one way or another, and that you're still subject to mortality and all of the terrible natural limitations that human beings are characterized by, you're about as well off as you're going to get. You know, the economic data already show that once you have enough money so that bill collectors aren't chasing you, which basically puts you, say, at the kind of in the upper reaches of the working class or maybe the lower end of the middle class, something like that, that additional money has absolutely no effect whatsoever on your self-reported well-being, which is something like a combination of positive emotion and absence of negative emotion. So you might like to think that, you know, if you were rich, your life would be better, and maybe it would be somewhat better, but it wouldn't be as much better as you might hope. And that's because you'd still have most of the problems that people have. You know, you still maybe wouldn't get along with your sister, and you'd still get divorced, and maybe you'd even be more likely to, and there'd still be illnesses that would beset you. You'd be able to deal with them perhaps with some degree of more urgency. And you'd still have the problem with what the hell your life is for and what you're doing on the planet and how to conduct yourself in the proper way. And so we don't want to be too naive about materialism, even though we don't want to be ungrateful for its advantages. Marx also believed, well, I said this already, that, you know, history was basically characterized by the war of socioeconomic groups. That's been transformed more recently into the war of identity groups, which is the same damn thing, and it's the same old wolf in new sheep's clothing as far as I'm concerned, that, you know, the best way to conceptualize human beings is, well, I don't know, whatever your damn identity is. Maybe it's sex for you, and it's ethnicity for you, and it's gender for you, and God only knows what it is for you, and, you know, and that's who you identify with, and all there is in the world, and this is the postmodernist view, is hierarchies of people in these identity groups struggling for dominion. You know, and that's a quasi-Marxist viewpoint. It's just a variant of the bourgeoisie versus proletariat theory of history, which is a foolish theory as far as I'm concerned, and certainly not one that we need to take forward into the 21st century, although we seem, you know, destined to insist that we do so. He believed that the revolutionary overthrow of the oppressor class was necessary and morally demanded, and that turns out to be a little bloodier than I would say the typical Christian, Judeo-Christian ethic might require, because it doesn't require you to take up arms against your evil overlords and, well, put them in gulags and kill them by the millions, for example, and that to me seems to be an important difference. There's no, in the Judeo-Christian tradition, there's no guilt, there's no group guilt, right? You're guilty and of different things, I presume, and that's your problem, but maybe you're also innocent, who knows, you know, but whatever, it's on you. It's not a consequence of your racial heritage or your ethnicity or your gender, any of those things. It's between you and God, let's say, or it's between you and the state even, but at least it's between you and the state or God. It's not like, well, you know, your father was a factory owner.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
And so it was perfectly reasonable during the Russian Revolution and the Red Terror to vacuum you up along with your whole family and do away with you because you'd been irredeemably tainted by your bourgeoisie past. So that's another place where Marxism and Judeo-Christianity are, they're not just different.
God's about to come on you.
Like, they're opposite. You know, it's not just variant one and variant two. These are like seriously different ideas. And so here's another reason you can't be a Marxist and a Christian. And then there's the idea that, you know, that Marx had, that religion was the opiate of the masses, which doesn't exactly sound like, I've always thought religion was the opiate of the masses, but communism, Marxism was the methamphetamine of the masses, let's say. Yeah, the meth of the masses. We had no idea with regards to opiates. So here's what Marx has to say about religion. The abolition of religion as the illusory happiness of the people is the demand for their real happiness. To call on them to give up their illusions about their condition is to call on them to give up a condition that requires illusions. It's interesting to me because it's not like the Judeo-Christian story was really a happy one. as far as I can tell. You know, I mean, there was heaven, but the chances you were going to get in, man, that was low. And mostly it was fair bit of original sin, you know, and a fair bit of you wrestling with all of your inadequacies and your proclivity towards malevolence, to pick up your cross, to bear your suffering, to understand that, you know, there is a war in your soul between the forces of good and evil. It's like how that's an opiate is beyond me. I mean, if I was going to design an opiate that made people feel better, I'd certainly dispense with a fair bit of that. It's like, whatever you do is okay. We could start with that. There's certainly no hell. That's something we're going to get rid of right away. A little less guilt and shame would be, it can be like a hippie cult in the 1960s, you know, with a little more marijuana and some free sex, something like that. So I don't really understand the illusion idea. There is Marx's criticism, I suppose, of the belief of, you know, the great father in the sky who still doesn't seem to me to be that, like, he's sort of still kind of a nightmarish creature, all things considered, since at least in principle he's keeping track of everything you do, even more than you are, and that's not such a good thing, but whatever. So it's a foolish criticism, as far as I can tell. It doesn't matter, he still criticized it. The criticism of religion is therefore in embryo the criticism of that veil of tears of which religion is the halo. Criticism, meaning his, has plucked the imaginary flowers on the chain, not in order that man shall continue to bear that chain without fantasy or consolation, but so that he shall throw off the chain and pluck the living flower. That's something that plenty of Marxists did, I can tell you. The criticism of religion disillusions man so that he will think, act, and fashion his reality like a man who has discarded his illusions and regained his senses, so that he will move around himself as his own true sun. S-U-N. Yeah, well, that's Marxism in a nutshell, all right. I mean, that's the fundamental definition of pathological narcissism, so that he will move around himself as his own true sun, right. Religion is only the illusory sun which revolves around man as long as he does not revolve around himself. And, you know, generally, don't we use that as an insult? He only revolves around himself. Isn't that an insult? And isn't there a reason for that? Don't we assume that there's something that you should be revolving around that isn't just yourself? You know, and it could be many things, you know. It could be, well, someone you love. That would be a start. Could be a child. Could be your partner in life. It could be your family in extension. It could be your community. It could be some noble ideal that you're trying to serve. It should be something other than you as the primary center of the universe around which, well, you and presumably everything else revolves. So I don't really see that as a particularly wise, what would you call it, philosophy. And as it manifested itself in the world, you know, I would say Stalin probably revolved around himself quite nicely, and don't you think? I mean, if you had to pick someone who was revolving around himself, it would be a pretty decent competition between Mao and Stalin, and that didn't seem to be for the best. So that's something to consider as well. The Marxists believe that religion hindered human development, and the Soviets and the Maoists instituted state atheism, apart from the worship of their leaders, of course. And then I'm going to read you a poem by Marx. This is a good one. I found this a while back. God, it's a rough poem. And, you know, you want to let your imagination sort of, I would say, let your imagination loose with this poem, which is what you should do with a poem. And imagine the sort of state of mind that you have to be in to write a poem like this. And then also imagine, as you should, that poetry, like dreams, it's the birthplace of thought. With my undergraduates often, especially ones that are really obsessed with ideas, they'll often put really bad poetry in their essays. And I'm not saying that in a cynical way, because bad poetry can have good ideas in it. It's hard to write good poetry, you know. But the thing is, often an idea that's extraordinarily emotional in content will manifest itself as a poem before it is able to articulate itself out into a fully expressed philosophy. And so I see this with my undergraduates. They'll really be obsessed with something that's bothering them, then they'll write some poem, often about a personal experience, and then as I help them shape the essay, they kind of unfold the poem into an articulated statement about the structure of reality. And so you could say, well, you know, we're all embedded in the dream. We know that. You go to sleep every night and you dream. You're embedded in your imagination. If you're forbidden to dream, if you're deprived of your dreams, you will lose your mind. That's been experimentally demonstrated quite nicely on animals, but also on human beings. You have to dream. You have to enter that realm of incoherent imagination and possibility in order to maintain your sanity, which is extraordinarily interesting and very strange. And I would say poetry exists on the border between the dream and fully articulate wakefulness. It's the place where the image of the dream meets the articulated speech of full consciousness. And so you can think about that with regards to this poem. Invocation of one in despair. So, a God has snatched from me all, my all. In the curse and rack of destiny, all his worlds are gone beyond recall. Nothing but revenge is left to me. On myself, revenge I'll proudly wreak. On that being, that enthroned Lord, make my strength a patchwork of what's weak. Leave my better self without reward. I shall build my throne high overhead. Cold, tremendous shall its summit be. For its bulwark, superstitious dread. For its marshal, blackest agony. Who looks upon it with a healthy eye shall turn back, struck deathly pale and dumb, clutched by blind and chill mortality. May his happiness prepare its tomb. And the Almighty's lightning shall rebound from that massive iron giant. If he brings my walls and towers down, eternity shall raise them up, defiant. Well, I would say that's the sort of poem that would be written by someone who revolved around himself as his own true son. And I would also say that given what we know about what happened as a consequence of the instantiation of Marxist doctrine, that this is a truly horrifying piece of literature to contemplate. Written, by the way, when Marx was rather young. So then the question came to me, do I believe in God? And I don't like that question. And people have complained at me a lot, and I'm sure they have their reasons because they don't like my answers, you know, and I have two answers. They've kind of become stock, which is not a good thing. But they're the best approximate. I can't figure out why I don't like the question exactly. I had three sort of burgeoning hypotheses. One was, it's none of your damn business. That's the first one. So it's like a privacy issue. Like it seemed to me to be a question that was too private to be answered properly. And so, and you know, you could consider that a cop-out, and maybe it is. And then another one was, well, what do you mean by believe? Like, do you mean the words? Do you mean to say the words, I believe in God? Does that indicate that you believe in God? Like, I don't know what you mean by believe exactly, because, and that's got me in trouble too, because, you know, people think that attempting to clarify the meaning of words is an attempt to escape from the question when it's actually an attempt to specify the question. I mean, is what you believe what you say or what you act out? Now, you know, I would say to some degree it's both, but if push comes to shove, as far as I'm concerned, what you believe is what you act out, not what you say. And then, you know, and if you're an integrated person, then what you act out and what you say are the same thing, and then you're a person whose word can be trusted, right? Because what you say and what you do are isomorphic. They're the same thing. But belief is instantiated in action. So I have also suggested that I act as if I believe in God, or to the best of my ability. And people aren't very happy with that either. And then the third is that I'm afraid that he might exist, which I think is the most comical of the three answers and perhaps the most accurate one. But then I was thinking about this today when I was thinking about what I might talk to you guys about. And I thought, well, let's go into this a little bit more. Let's say you do believe in God. You say, I believe in God. It's like, okay, well, that's hypothetically pretty impressive, I would say. It's like you believe that there's a divine power that oversees everything, that is fundamentally ethical, that's watching everything you do, and you believe that. And so what effect does that have on your behavior if you believe it? Does that mean that you're, well, are you all in on your beliefs? Are you sacrificing everything to this transcendent entity that you proclaim belief in? Have you cleansed yourself of all your sin, let's say? Are you making all the sacrifices that you need to make? Like, have you taken the mote out of your eye? No. Or are you in the same situation, let's say, that the Catholic Church seems to be in right now? Just out of curiosity, it's a good time to bring that up, since the Pope seems to be concerned with what's been happening with the Catholic Church, given the endless pedophilic scandals, let's say, which seem rather serious in my estimation, and might have been something that was cleaned up perhaps 100 or 1,000 years ago. And it's being taken seriously perhaps now, and perhaps not, because it's not so easy to determine exactly what it would mean to take that seriously. And you might say, well, are all the people who are committing these heinous actions and then covering them up, if you ask them, well, do you believe in God? What are they going to say? Well, you'd think the answer would be yes, given that they're like priests, and yet, what's the evidence? Well, the evidence isn't exactly so clear that the mere statement, let's say, or the mere acting out of the ritual, let's say, and I'm not trying to denigrate the statement or the ritual, but I'm pointing out that that's no indication of you're right to say that you believe, because you got to, and I think this is why it's bothered me to answer this question. It's like, well, what right do I have to say that, to make that claim? I believe in God. Well, what's the claim? Is that the claim that I'm a good person somehow? Because you'd think that if you believed in God, actually, like seriously, that you'd be a good person, like right now, because, well, for obvious reasons, I would think. And so if that hasn't happened in some sort of miraculous sense, so that you're the best person you could possibly imagine being on an ongoing basis, and then terrified of deviating from that path in a serious manner, then I don't see why you have the right to say that you believe in God. You know, one of the things Nietzsche said about Christianity, he was a great critic of Christianity, although also a great friend in a very peculiar way, in that sometimes your best friend is the one who points out your weakest properties, let's say. He said, as far as he was concerned, there was only one Christian, and he died on the cross. And that's a, you know, perhaps an extreme statement, but one worth giving some consideration to. It's like, well, then you look at what are you called upon, let's say, if you're going to proclaim yourself as a believer, you know. And I thought about this a lot as I've gone through the Old Testament. I did a bunch of lectures last year, and so what are you called upon? Well, you're called upon initially to act out the spark of divinity that's within you by confronting potential with the logos that's within you, which means to take the opportunities that are in front of you, the potential future, and to transform it into the present in the best possible way, using truth and courage and careful articulation as your guide. So that's the first thing you're called on to do. That's a major deal there. That's a tough one. And then the second is to make the proper sacrifices. That's the Cain and Abel story. Is like Hey, you want something, you genuinely want it, you want to set the world straight, then you let go of what's necessary and you pursue. You let go of what isn't necessary, no matter what it is, no matter what it is. And then you pursue what's necessary. And then maybe you sacrifice your children to God. That was the story. That's one of the next stories that comes up, of course. And you think, well, that's pretty damn barbaric. And the way the story's laid out, of course it is. But that isn't exactly what it means. It means that what you try to do when you raise children is that you try to do everything you can to impress upon them by imitation and by instruction and by love and by encouragement that they are crucial beings in the world whose ethical decisions play an important role in shaping the structure of reality itself, and that they have the moral responsibility to do that. And you get your ark in order, that's your family, let's say, so that when the storms come, you can stay above water for the 40 days of flooding, and you're capable of leading your people through the desert when the desert makes itself manifest, and you can escape from tyranny properly because you're wise enough to see it, and you take the full burden of being on yourself, all the suffering that's part and parcel of that. You accept that voluntarily, let's say, and you do everything you can to confront the malevolence that's part of you and that's part of the state and that's part of the world. And you make a garden around you. That's the paradise, a walled garden. It's a walled, well-watered place, so the forces of nature and society exist together in harmony, and you place your family in that so that they can live properly. And you treat your enemy as if he's yourself, and the same with your brother. And, well, then you can say, then maybe you can say, maybe then you have the right to say that you believe in God. Otherwise, maybe you should think twice about it. Because, you know, there's a line in the New Testament that Christ himself says. Two of them, I should read them too, because they're very relevant to this. I guess I could paraphrase them. A rich man comes up to Christ and says, good leader, good Lord. And he asks him a question about how it is that he should be a good person. And Christ says, don't call me good. There's no one that's good but God. And, you know, that's worth thinking about. I mean, the one person that in principle, in our ancient stories, had the right to make some direct connection between himself and the divine was unwilling to do it when challenged. And so it might be reasonable to assume that each of us could be much more cautious about making that sort of statement bluntly when we're asked. And then the other line is, not all those who say, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven. Got that about right? Which means something approximating, just because you make a claim to moral virtue, let's say, your belief in God, which I can't see how you can make a higher claim to moral virtue than that. You know, I mean, agnostic, atheistic, I don't really care. The point is something like this. Imagine something of ultimate transcendent value. I don't care whether you believe in it or not, but imagine that something like that exists, and then you swear allegiance to it, which is to say, I believe in this. I mean, there's a heavy moral burden that comes along with that, just to allow yourself to utter the words without feeling that you should be immediately struck down appropriately by lightning. And so I think that's why that question makes me uncomfortable. It's that I don't think I have a right to make that proclamation. There's another thing, too, that I learned when I was going through these biblical lectures. It was a fascinating thing to do. It was the story of Jacob, who became Israel. And Jacob was a real trickster, you know. He was a morally ambiguous figure, to put it mildly. I mean, he tricked his older brother out of his birthright. And he was full of tricks. And he had a lot of tricks played on him, too, and maybe learned something as a consequence. Anyways, after running away from his brother, who had murderous thoughts, and for good reasons, for like about 20 years, maybe it was only 14, but doesn't matter, it was a long time, he decided that he would go back and try to make peace. And he came to this river. He sent his family across the river along with his belongings, and partly as an offering to his brother, a peace offering. And he had a dream, visionary experience, hallucination, God, who knows what it was. And he dreamt that he wrestled with an angel all night, and that the angel was God. And God, he won, which is very strange because, well, first of all, he was a trickster figure, you know, like he wasn't your most upstanding moral creature. He wasn't Noah, for example. And second, well, it was God, you know. It's like if you're going to wrestle with someone and lose, there's an opponent that's likely to take you out. And he did damage his hip. I mean, so, which isn't not that impressive an accomplishment on God's part, in my estimation. But and it's a very interesting story, because what it does indicate, what's so cool about it, you see, Jacob's name is changed at that point to Israel. And Israel means those who wrestle with God. And that blew me away. That's one of the things I love about studying old stories, is now and then you come across a piece of one, and you see into it, you know, you see down into the depths that characterizes it. It's very difficult, but it happens sometimes. And it just flattens you, you know, to think that if Israel is the chosen people of God, that's the hypothesis, and what Israel means is those who wrestle with God, that seems to me to be such a hopeful idea, because, well, everyone does that to some degree. I mean, you do that in your life because, well, you don't know what's of fundamental transcendent worth, you know, because who the hell are you and what do you know? You know, you're struggling all the time with, well, I would say with good and evil. When you're struggling with yourself, you're struggling with the world. To portray that as wrestling with God, that's perfectly reasonable from a metaphoric perspective. And the
There's
idea
a reason why
that's
this
what
world's going to hell.
characterizes the true people of God is that willingness to wrestle. That's really something, because it kind of indicates that you're here as a contender, you know? You're not here to be happy. You're not here to be complacent. You're not here to be materially satisfied. Not that that would be possible anyways, but that you're here to contend with the structure of reality, right? And that's what'll satisfy you, because there's something to you. You know, you're not weak and nothing. There's something to you. There's certainly something malevolent and terrible. I mean, you know that. You look at how people behave. You look at the blood and catastrophe of our history. You can certainly see the absolute hellish depths of the human soul, but there's something that takes root in that and grows up out of that that's absolutely magnificent beyond belief, and that's looking to contend. You know, and I've often thought that I've been fortunate in my marriage, because you think, well, you get married and you live happily ever after. It's like, that's not it, is it? You don't want that even. What do you want? You want your partner to do just all she's going to do is sprinkle rose petals in front of you, right? And pat you on the back of the head and tell you how wonderful you are constantly, day after day. Man, you'd be so sick of that after maybe it'd take a month. But let's say 2 weeks. You'd be, because you know she should be more on the side of who you could be than on the side of who you are. And if she's deluded enough or terrified enough to worship you in your current form, then, well, that doesn't say much for her. And it certainly isn't very helpful for you. You want someone that's going to get in the way now and then, you know, and to contend with. And I've been fortunate in my marriage because I have someone to contend with. You know, we have our discussions, and they're not easy. Well, partly because we have hard problems to solve, because life is full of hard problems. I want someone who will stand up, you know, and have her say, even if it's not what I would say. And maybe I'm even willing at times, because she's quite intuitive and a good dreamer, and I'm more facile verbally. And so we have to be careful in our relationship, because if I'm in a particularly ornery mood and she has something to say, I can usually slice up her arguments verbally, you know. And that's fine as far as I'm concerned, because I get to win. But it's stupid. Well, it's stupid. It's, first of all, that doesn't mean I'm right. It just means I can formulate verbal arguments slightly faster than she can. But her intuitions and her dreams are often extraordinarily accurate. And so we've learned to some degree, to buttress each other's arguments just on the off chance that the person that you were foolish enough to marry might know something you don't now and then about something important, you know. And so what do you want? Well, you want someone to contend with. And then it's an adventure, you know, and then you have someone that you love and that you respect. And that's not a bad combination for longevity of relationship. And then maybe if you have someone that you love and respect and that you can communicate with, then your children also love and respect her or him. And then that's pretty good for them because they've got some parents that they could love and respect. That's a good combination. You know, it solidifies their life. And so you want to contend with them. And you want a job that's challenging, I would say, that pushes you beyond what you already are. And God only knows how hard you need to be pushed in order to go beyond where you are. But, you know, to some degree, if you have a choice, you know, it's not that uncommon that what we'll do is choose to be pushed to the limit, especially when we're at our best. We think, well, where's the limit? It's here. Maybe I can manage that. I'm going to push myself right to the damn limit. Then I'm going to push myself a little bit over just to see if it's possible. And if that happens, then, you know, you emerge with a sense of triumph. I'm now more than I was, right? And maybe that's what you're here to be, is to be more than you were, right? To push those limits. And to do that, you contend with the world. You wrestle with God. You don't casually say, I believe, because who knows? No one knows, right? We're separated from the infinite by death and ignorance. We don't know. We contend, we wrestle, you know, and in that maybe we find our destiny. At least we find our purpose. We find something that justifies us to some degree. You know, if I'm awake at night wondering and I think, God, you know, like I pushed myself as far as I could in this effort, whatever the effort that I'm considering happens to be. I pushed myself. I don't have a weight on my conscience because I let something go or I failed to accomplish something. I mean, I do often have those sorts of weights. I'm talking about the rare times when I don't. It's like, well, there's something that's where there's some atonement and some peace as far as I'm concerned, where that contending and that wrestling has been successful. And I would say that insofar as you're deeply involved in that, like completely involved in that, thoroughly involved in that, then you have the right to say that you believe in God. And since I'm not like that 100% of the time, or even approximating the percent of the time that I would like to be like that, you know, despite my best efforts, then when people ask me, I'm not going to say something virtuous like I'm a believer, because there's plenty wrong with me that needs to be fixed before I would dare utter words like that. Thank you. Well, so that's a better answer to that question. So, thank you very much for walking through that with me, let's say. Now, you have all, not all, many of you have asked some questions tonight using this nifty little device called Slido, which I really like. And so now what I'm going to do is spend 20 minutes or so looking through the questions that you asked and seeing if I have anything that isn't completely incomprehensible and embarrassing to say about them. So let's try that. Well, this is a strange one. I don't know about you people from Sydney. So it's from Kathy Newman. which strikes me as somewhat unlikely. And it's got 164 upvotes, which is quite a few upvotes. It hurt when you destroyed me on ABC.
We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Actually, let me get my mix back up and running.
Last night or so many months
let me
ago,
see here. That should be there everywhere but com. That should be here.
Yeah, well, that probably won't
Going to the guest, going to the monitor. It should be here, going to the
Thank you for enlightening my soul.
stream,
The
going to
burns
the
are still
guest.
healing. Yeah, well, that's
Probably also
not
going
exactly
to
a
com.
question.
If I do that like
It's,
Discord or something.
It's 4 sentences.
I want it to
that are
cross up, so
quite the
go to
strange
com.
combination.
You
I
go
would say
everywhere
something about
but
the burns
yourself.
are still
No,
healing. You know,
everywhere
I
but
mean,
com.
Nietzsche said that you could tell
Everywhere but com and
much
show.
about a man's character by how much truth he could tolerate, which is very interesting. You know, there's an idea in the great Western tradition that the truth is the way and the path of life, and that no one comes to the Father except through the truth. And I believe that to be the case, because I don't think that you can manifest who you are without the truth. And so I think it's literally and metaphorically truth, that the pathway to who you could be if you were completely who you were is through the truth. And I would say, and so the truth does set you free, but the problem is that it destroys everything that isn't worthy in you as it sets you free, and that's a process of burning. And it's painful because you cling to what you shouldn't be, partly out of pride and partly out of ignorance and partly out of laziness, and so then you encounter something true, and you all know this perfectly well, because when was the last time that you learned something important that wasn't a blow of some sort, you know? And it's often you look back at your life and you think, oh God, I really learned something there. I wouldn't want to do that again, but it really changed my life. I mean, sometimes it can really destroy you, you know, an encounter with the truth, and you never really recover. But now and then something comes along and straightens you out, and a lot of you has to go. A lot of you has to burn away, you know, and I suppose in some sense the idea is that everything about you that isn't worthy is to be put into the flames. And that's another reason to be not so casual about claiming what you believe, because it isn't something that you undertake without due caution. You know, I learned when I was a kid, about 25 or so, a little older than a kid, that almost everything that I said was one form of lie or another. And I wasn't any worse, I would say, than the people that I was associating with, or any better. And the lies were manifold, you know, they were attempts to win arguments for the sake of winning the argument. That might be one. Attempts to indicate my intellectual prowess when there were competitions of that sort. Maybe just the sheer pleasure of engaging in an intellectual argument and winning. My inability to distinguish between ideas that I had read and incorporated because I had read, but hadn't realized that I hadn't yet earned the right to use, all of that. And, you know, I had this experience that lasted a long time. Well, I would say it's really never gone away. And I think this was the awakening of my conscience, essentially. And I didn't realize this until much later, when I was reading Socrates' Apology. This voice, for lack of a better word, made itself manifest inside me, and it said every time I said something that wasn't true, and that's usually what it said. That's not true. You don't believe that. Or there was a sensation that was associated with it. I don't think this is that uncommon, you know. I asked my psychology classes for many years in a row if they had an experience, that they had a voice in their head, let's say, it's a metaphor, or a feeling that communicated to them when they were about to do something wrong. And it was universally the case that people agreed with one of those statements or another. And the other thing I would ask is, well, do you always listen to it? And of course, the answer to that was definitely no. But that's also very interesting, you know, that you can have this faculty, this conscience. This seems to me to be very tightly associated with the idea of free will, is that you can have this internal voice, this daemon, the root word for democracy. Oh, yes, I didn't finish that story. So yes, well, it's important. Well, so Socrates' daemon told him it was his moral guide. And democracy appears to be predicated on the idea that the polity will function if people attend to their consciences. That's the overlap of those conceptualizations. And well, first of all, I think that's the case, you know, and it makes a certain amount of logical sense. I mean, if we assume that the political state is something like the emergent consequence of the decisions of all its citizens, we would assume that the wiser the decisions of the citizens, the more upright and functional the state. I can't see how it could be.
All right, we just got to install this Notepad++.
Perhaps those who are the most upright, who listen to their consciences more carefully, even play a disproportionately powerful role.
Cool, now we can use it. Possible. It's like a Notepad, but for code. I don't really use it for developing, but it's helpful little utility, and we're just following the instructions here.
You know, I learned that so much of what I was doing was false. And I think I learned this. See, there's a reason that this came to me so clearly. I was trying to understand why people did terrible things. And I was really concentrating on the terrible things that people do. And
so now we should be able to go in here.
Auschwitz, for example.
Do that,
and not
command.
Not as a political phenomenon, but as a psychological phenomenon. I was curious about how you could be an Auschwitz guard.
Boom,
and I wasn't really curious about how you could be one, because, well, you could be one, of course. I was more curious about how
it just created that file since we didn't have it.
As I thought I was.
Now we're going to add this code.
But I also knew that many people did many terrible things during the 20th century, and the idea that I was somehow better than them, or that I should assume a priori that I was better than them.
What did it say mine was?
Choices or worse, had I been in the same situation, was a very, very, very dangerous supposition. And in fact, a sufficiently dangerous supposition to bring about the very danger.
Let's see what my username is to make sure.
I had this idea, you know, that what had happened, especially in Nazi Germany, but also in the Soviet Union, shouldn't happen again. That what we needed to do, because of what happened in the 20th century, especially because we also managed to create hydrogen bombs, that it was and that we had become so technologically powerful that there wasn't time for that anymore. That time for that was over, and that we really needed to understand why it happened, and that perhaps we could go deep enough in that understanding, which is, I think, what happens when you go deep into understanding, so that you could stop it. Because if you understand a problem, maybe you can solve it, you know. And at least in part, I came to believe that the problem was, as Solzhenitsyn said, that the problem is that the line between good and evil runs down every human heart. And I was reading Jung at the same time, you know, and he believed that the human soul was a tree whose roots grew all the way to hell, and believed also that in the full investigation of the shadow, which was the dark side of the human psyche, was that it was bottomless, essentially, that it was like an experience of hell. And that also struck me as true. And that the way to stop those sorts of things from happening was to stop yourself from being the sort of person who would do it, who would even start to do it. Because the other thing you learn when you learn about atrocities of that sort, you could read Ordinary Men, by the way, which is an unbelievably great study of exactly this sort of phenomenon. It's on my book list on my website. It's about a group of German policemen who were turned into brutal murderers over a period of months when they went into Poland after the Germans had marched through. And they were just ordinary middle-class men. And they weren't forced into this by their leadership, by the way, either, which is one of the things that makes the book so interesting. So for me, it was a matter of understanding that if we want this sort of thing to not happen anymore, then we have to start to become the sort of people who wouldn't do it, which seems rather self-evident, all things considered, unless, you believe that we're the pawns of social forces, for example, like the Marxists do. And I don't believe that, because we're also the creator of social forces. And we're also capable of standing up to social forces, because I would say the individual is more powerful than the social force, all things considered.
How do I get out of here?
Interestingly enough, that the way to stop such things from happening, the way to remember properly, is to understand that you could do it, that you could do those terrible things, because the people who did them were like you. And that the way out of that is to stop being like that. And the way you stop being like that is, well, at least in part, by ceasing to tell yourself lies that you don't believe in, and that you shouldn't act out. And, and that's made a huge difference in my life, for better or for worse. I mean, it was a very uncanny experience, I would say, because it's very discombobulating.
Trying to figure out how to do this.
Experience
fuck it.
Yourself
Source.
as fragmented enough so that much of what you do and say is actually false. It's a lot of work to clean that up. A lot. But the consequences are, in principle, worthwhile. And so that was part of what, understanding that was part of what drove me towards clinical psychology, say, and away from political science and law and from politics in general, because I started to believe that, and I think this is the great Western idea, which people were quite irritated about, by the way, on Q&A last night as well, that the proper route forward for the redemption of the individual and for mankind as a whole is as a consequence of the redemption of each individual. And I truly believe that. And I believe that that occurs as a consequence of adherence to the truth and courage in the face of being. That's rule one, right? To stand up straight with your shoulders back, is to take on the onslaught and to enter the contentious ring and to do more than your best, because your best isn't enough, because your best isn't as good as you could be. You have to push yourself past that. And that's, as far as I can tell, where you find what you need in life. You find the meaning that sustains you in life, and you find the patterns of action that redeem the world, both at the same time. I mean, life is a very difficult business. It's fatal, and it's full of suffering, and it's full of betrayal and malevolence. There's nothing about it that's trivial. It's all profound. And in order to find your way through all of that capacity for hellish experience, let's say, you need to develop a relationship with something that's profound. And you can. You have that capacity. And what could be more profound than the truth? And what would you rather have on your side? And you might say, well, that's obvious, and of course everyone should do that. And then you need to know why you don't. And the answer is, well, sort of encapsulated in this first amusing question. Thank you for enlightening my soul. The burns are still healing. It's like, well, there's no shortage of dead wood to burn off. And there's no shortage of pain when the dead wood burns off. And that's what makes people afraid of the truth. Maybe that's why Moses encountered God in a burning bush. Who the hell knows? But there's something about that idea that seems to me to be the case. And so, what's the decision that you make? You know, you decide to believe. You know, it's a risk, an existential risk. It's an act of faith. You believe that the truth can set you free. You believe that people have an intrinsic divinity about their soul. You decide that you're going to live in that manner and that you're going to let everything about yourself that isn't worthy of that goal die. And that might be almost everything that you are. And that's a terrible thing to contemplate. The only thing that's worse, I would say, is the alternative. Because the alternative is the sorts of hells that we managed to produce around us and that we produced with particular expertise during the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century. And it would be a good thing if we decided collectively and individually not to go back there again. Thank you.
All right, so before we jump into a little bit of Uncle Bobby, we'll ask a little bit about fuckface Jordan Peterson. Oh, hold up. I took Sam Can down for the day so I could use my phone for communications. Hold up. All right, so fuckface Jordan Peterson, you know, it's kind of weird because in a sense, I like the tone he brings to things. I like the way he rocks because basically everything he says undermines Christianity. And it's almost like Otangelo, where Christians just love to be spanked. It reminds me of going to church where they love to be convicted. They love to be told how bad they are, that they're not doing enough. And he's basically challenging them to basically say, you shouldn't be identifying as a Christian because, first off, you ain't got no goddamn good reasons to. And it creates a burden so high that you're not really, you better be really careful. I mean, in every way, shape, and form, it undermines the type of Christianity and the type of religion that we see practiced in this country. But somehow he does enough dog whistling to these people, and again, they love to be told how fucked up they are by somebody they think is committed to their cause, that he just fits right into their, like, right into their groove. Exactly. UC Love said, listen to that was harmful to my health. It really is. But it was useful to me because it sort of helped remind me of what his appeal is. He appeals to the fucking right-winger who needs to be told to clean their room and be nice to their girlfriend and be a better person and stop being a fucking shithead. And then at the same time, it really gets them to think, quote unquote, deeply about their fucking life and ways, but he tiptoes around getting them to think critically about their most essential belief. You know, and he even, if they thought critically about what he said, he basically calls out Israel and says, hey, at least Israel means you're supposed to be wrestling with God, not laying over and accepting this bullshit. But they don't really get it. And so he's talking over the head of his audience just to maintain this sort of sense of allegiance with them. But at the same time, he's so see-through that for those of us that really do think for ourselves, he offers little to nothing. And so I more listen to him as an expose, as, you know, let's remind ourselves of how weak this person's bullshit really is. But I think, you know, listening to that much of him ranting and raving about how critical he is, knowing that right now he's basically just parading and grandstanding for his ability to fucking hate tweet people on social media is just disgusting. And it really seals in the flavor, as Uncle Bobby would say. And so let us clean the palate. Let us clean out our mouths, so to speak. Refresh ourselves a bit here with some Uncle Bobby.
Let's jump into this
All
shit.
right, gang, let's jump into this shit.
Uncle Bobby's tired.
By the way, you haven't subscribed to Uncle Bobby? Are you not watching our show called The Blackout every Sunday? 1-ish, you know? Check it out. Because if you're not subscribed to Uncle, don't even tell me you're not subscribed to Uncle Bobby, because I have to time you out if you tell me you're not subscribed to Uncle Bobby. I have to just give you a timeout because it's fucking ridiculous. You're a terrible person. Maybe I should block people who are not subscribed to Uncle Bobby. I mean, it's that fucking offensive. Maybe I should just block them. And you're lucky I don't come into your fucking home, pull up on your ass, and drop kick you for not being subscribed to Uncle Bobby. But what the fuck? I mean, it's your own goddamn problem. If you're not subscribed to Uncle Bobby, you're literally missing out on probably the funniest man on YouTube. You're missing out on our favorite YouTuber, so you're really just fucking yourself over. You're making me fucking hate your guts, and you're missing out on so much good content. The fuck is wrong with you? All right, gang, let's jump into this shit.
When I tell you yesterday's leg pain sucked the life right out of me.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucked the life force right out of me.
By the way, gang, we're cleaning up this work shit, and then we're going to have a Thursday night football party, and Uncle Bobby would be attending that with us, but he's having a lot of pain, so we don't really know what's going to happen here. You know, because Robert Fuckface Reed is in a lot of fucking pain, so he might miss the football party, but we're going to have one. It's going to be fun. Sunday night football. We're going to have it. Where the fuck are we going to have it? We're either going to have it in the Speakeasy or the motherfucking Pinochle Lounge. I haven't decided. Probably the Pinochle Lounge. Let's do the Pinochle Lounge.
And I'm still kind of recovering, but you guys know how it works out. Uncle Bobby's always going to do a fucking show.
That's right. Uncle Bobby's got championship material written all over him.
Therapist I have.
You know, he's not. Uncle Bobby's the type of dedicated person who might miss the fucking social event. He might miss the fucking party. He might miss the fucking hangout, okay? But he's not going to not bring the people a fucking show. Now, that's a fucking workhorse that you can count on. The type of heavyweight that belongs in the fucking heavyweight title picture because he brings you that fucking consistency. You can count on his ass to show up and fucking perform and not bitch and moan. Oh, I took so many bumps last night. Oh, I got thrown around in the steel cage. And now, nigga, we don't want to hear that. The motherfucking asses are in the seats. The people want to see the fucking champion. And if you think I'm going to put you in the Word Wrestling Entertainment title picture, I need to see that your ass is going to fucking deliver. I got fucking tickets to sell here. I got a fucking entertainment product to put together. And I can't stand these fucking pussy-ass YouTubers who stream once or twice a week and act like that shit is hard. It shows no fucking dedication. Get back to me when you've been tossed around and you're streaming through some motherfucking pain.
We've come up with this little fucked up ass
Weak ass bullshit.
for my monkey ass.
Appreciate the sympathy, Melody Joy.
Right, so when
It's
you
the
feel
Uncle
yourself
Bobby
hitting the
palate
shitter,
cleanser.
It's like pump the brakes for a moment, have an honest conversation with yourself, and ask, what do you want to do right now? Now do the exact opposite. Because right now, gang, if I was put into a timeout, my parents never gave me, we never got timeout, motherfucker. We got times up, right? But if I was to get put in a timeout and someone just told me to put my nose in a corner and just sit there, I would fucking do it. But instead, I'm going to do a show. Other thing is, how do you like the new setup? So Uncle Bobby's rearranging some shit. Uncle Bobby got some real fucked up news, not real fucked up, but just some fucked up news yesterday. And just had to burn some energy. Like, I got to move some shit around. So I'm in the corner of my living room, right? The TV's still there. You know, the furniture, the blase, and the glazed one was like, you guys give a shit. Gang, let's jump into today's first topic. All right. I'm going to try to make sure that this is not the only thing I talk about today, because I had another fucking thing to talk about. But again, I saw some shit. So now Uncle Bobby's got a rant about some shit. Now, before I really jump into this, gang, I always like to be careful and make sure I hang an asterisk where I believe an asterisk is 100% necessary. Clearly, I hope you guys know me well enough by now to know that clearly I am not making a blanket statement about all white people.
Hashtag not all white people. Let's hang the
Good number
asterisks.
of my white family members.
White fam. This is not about all of you.
Especially my best friend. Right? If the shit ever went down, Simon would not stand by my side. Simon would stand in front of me. Right? So clearly I am not talking about all white people.
Let's hang the fucking asterisks.
If I trip a couple times and I just say white people instead of not all or some shit like that, you guys know I'm just coming from a genuine place. But gang, the first one up on the fucking hit list was this real, what I call this real fucked up ass tweet that I saw. Now, I don't know who the fuck Kate is, but of course I clicked on her motherfucking profile and she's conservative Christian. Shut the fuck up, Kate. And here's the fucked up ass tweet. Where are all the white people in commercials today? Gang, let's move this slide. Let's see if that makes any difference. Yeah, a little bit. Back on topic. My response was, please tell me this ain't an actual complaint. Now, gang, if there's going to be a common theme when we talk about this bullshit, this is what you sound like when you take your privilege for fucking granted.
I almost typed in LOL as a command.
It's white people like this that there's 10 possible lollipops in the bag. White people, you have been given 9 fucking lollipops. And instead of being happy about the 9 lollipops, you're sitting there pissed off that you didn't get that one. So now you want to reach and go grab the one lollipop that you didn't get. Where are all the white people in commercials today? I mean, one of my smart-ass responses was, what TV shows are you watching? What are you watching to where, you know, there's like fucking one white person and 5 minutes worth of fucking commercials? What? Right? And she's a conservative Christian, so you know what? She'll be also the first one to talk about how Christians are persecuted here in the United States. Kate, shut the fuck up. Right? Again, if this is what you call hard times, white people on this tip, I am so glad that you are white. Right? And again, it feeds into this bullshit like when I hear, you know, the bigger politicians like Marjorie Taylor Fuckface Greene and people like that talk about this wave of anti-white racism. I'm gonna tell you.
All right, fuck faces. Let me see if you fuck faces are ready to understand how to run some fucking MABE business. It probably won't work, so let's see if it works. All right, so what you do, right, is you fucking download the MABE shit once you get the Python and all that blase and the Glavinoids fucking installed, and you can figure out how to do that on your own because it's fucking regular shit. It has nothing to do with MABE. Installing Python is like you gotta install some fucking Python. All right, so you do that shit, or you just follow step-by-step instructions. That's what we've been doing. You go into this fucker, your shit will be called master more than likely, but it'll be the same shit. All right, then you run this fucking tool right here, this shit right here. Let's see if this shit works. It probably won't work, but who gives a shit? All right, so you run this fucking command it says right here. You can copy and paste that bitch if you want to be smart about it. Boom. A little control C. Head over here, a little control V. That doesn't work. Go ahead, paste it. Boom. Shift insert. I guess that's the new thing. Shift insert, is that the deals? Boom, they run that shit. All right, then you go ahead run that command. See, it says run mbuild. You go ahead and list it. See that little thing right there that says mbuild. You go /mbuild. Who knows? Is that gonna make me some fucking MABE or what? You gonna make me some MABE, bitch, or what? Or are we gonna have to fight up in this hoe? All right, yeah, it's interesting. Interesting. Go ahead. Do some shit. Not impressed yet. Show me completeness. Doesn't work. Moving on. Football party time. All right. Let's see. Now it created that fucking folder called work. You CD up in that bitch. You list that shit. Now, you should press /MABE like that. Boom, there's MABE. It worked. All right, cool. That's fine. All right, so that worked. Boom, that's it. We're done. That's Mabe. Literally, it worked. We just evolved 100 generations like that. That's how fast and easy installing Mabe is. Now, I know I made it look easier than it really is, but it's pretty much that easy. Like all you really got to do is, like I said, you install you a little Python, whatever. I just installed Mabe from fresh right now. I just did it, like, literally in the last few minutes we've been sitting here talking. All right, so it's really not that hard. It looks hard because you're using a command line, but it really ain't that hard. All right, now we're going to re-up this. We're going to look at that. See that one called force? We're going to copy that recursively with all of that bullshit, and we're going to make a new one called test. Oh, wait. Copy. Oh, there's another one. Oh, for directories. Copy directory. That fucking R, I think. Oh, yeah, no, sorry, I didn't do it right. Okay, it's this way, but it's force. Right, sorry, I didn't tell it what to copy. Copy force in the test, boom, there we go. Now we got test. Why do we do that? Because now when we go into test, we know test is working, right? So that one can always stay there as our little test. So we can always build that, make sure our Mabe is working. All right, now what we want to do is go into our little force thingy. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's go into test real quick. Let's go back into test. Yeah, let's go into that. Then we gotta do like let's just make a directory called experiment 1. Let's go in experiment 1. Let's copy up level work. Oh, we didn't make the settings. Hang on. Let's go into work. Let's go Mabe. Hang on. /Mabe. So make my settings files. Also, this fucking window small as shit. Let's make that bigger. All right. Now it looks nice and sexy and vibrant. Easier for y'all to see. Then, yeah, I was using Ubuntu, actually, stupid horror energy. Go to root and type remove recursively force. That fixes everything. Yeah, definitely. All right, so now we do that shit in GTA. We be telling people, yeah, hold triangle. That'll just make you ride in formation. It really makes you fly off your motorcycle. All right, now we go back to experiment 1. Copy everything from the work directory that says settings. Not a directory. Oh, copy upper level work settings star. What do you mean it's not working? It's not a directory. Oh, you know what? Sorry. I should have said that. Nope. Fuck you. All right, copy, work, go up, settings, star, copy everything. I need to tell it to do so here. Boom, perfect. All right, then I need to do the same command, except tell it to copy Mabe. All right, then I needed to copy up a level, tools, M whatever, tab complete. Yeah, I needed to do mq.py. No. mq conditions.txt. Tab complete it. Make sure it's right. Move that here. All right, now let's edit this bitch. I don't know. How do you edit this thing? Code? Can you just open code here? Interesting. Do I not have a regular, like, VS Code? Let me see. Let me see if I can get a regular, like, Windows VS Code, because that might be... That one is like Windows subsystem for Linux. Could also just use a different IDE. But I think I just want a different... Let me try just getting code. All right, let's listen to Uncle Bobby. Installing VS Code is standard, so I'm not going to worry about that. Boom.
I'll tell you something. I just can't cry over it. I just can't. The debate on whether white people can or cannot experience racism, I'll grant you, yeah, sure. Why the fuck not? Of course. But if you want me to sit here and cry, I'm not going to fucking do it.
All right, she said she uses Ubuntu on your virtual box for your Mac and your Coursera work. I'm about that life. I really like Ubuntu. I also like Fedora. I use the Windows subsystem for Linux, which is a little bit more streamlined than... a virtual machine, but I'm all about the virtual machine approach. There are some actual advantages. I need to get mine set up a little bit better over the next little thing, because I actually kind of prefer the WSL workflow. I just wanted to see if everything kind of works, and then probably tomorrow or something I'll fuck around and try to get it going again on Windows subsystem for Linux. Yeah. I told Uncle Bobby how much we like his show. He said thanks. He said it's just me on steroids getting shit off my chest. All right, we're going to link up on Saturday, but we're still having a football party, y'all, because I want to watch the Saints game and, like, eat buffalo wings. So that's kind of become the official game plan for the evening. So, yeah, I want to make sure we have time to get all that going. But, yeah, I'm going to get this done real quick, and then I'll have a Windows workflow that works, and then I'm going to be all about getting this going on WSL, because even though I'm working on a Windows machine right now, I prefer to keep my workflow Linux when I'm working with MABE. The reason being, Linux is what we use on the HPCC and the supercomputer for the University of Minnesota. It's just I want to do this first, and then I'll troubleshoot my WSL setup, and then I'll have both. On my other machine that I normally develop on, that's kind of how I set it up. I set it up on Windows. I set it up on WSL. I use WSL, and if ever I had an issue in my tool chain, I had a Windows fallback, but we'll just get that going. No big deal. But appreciate you letting me know what you use programming-wise. Yeah, MacBooks. I had a MacBook for the longest time that I love. I'm getting another one. I'm supposed to be getting an M1 Ultra. Supposedly, my advisor ordered me an M1 Ultra. But it's starting to feel like Bigfoot because I heard that earlier in the summer, and apparently the shipping delay is just so much that I still haven't gotten it yet. But on Monday, I'm going to ask about a shipping update because it's just crazy. Yeah, I don't know what people are that ask all these crazy questions, man. Some of y'all need to work on your internet etiquette.
Because if you're going to sit here and tell me that what I'm seeing in the world today is anti-white racism, you will not get a single fucking tear to fall off these cheeks.
Nah, but I know there's like a lot of gear nerds that want to know, like, what processor are you using?
Gang,
what kind
I'm
of
old enough
graphics card do you have?
remember kind of the switch as we've watched.
And I don't use my favorite.
Better representation, not just on
I actually don't use my favorite terminal app because it shows my IP address.
commercials, but in TV.
So
and
until
in
I figure out how to mask it, I won't use it.
Again, when white has been the standard, right? Again,
So if you've got a way to mask IPs, let me know.
it's comments like this. It's like you're just afraid to share.
I guess
the
I'll just use a
spotlight, Kate.
VPN, but I don't know if it'll slow my shit down.
Now, when I was a kid, I mean, I'm thinking about the if black people made the fucking
All
commercials.
right, let's
for anyone else,
open up this
seriously think about
MQ
this
conditions.
Now,
Oh,
when I was
yeah,
a
I'm
kid,
trying to
you guys
get
remember
a
the
VS
Calgon,
code first. Let's do
laundry
that.
detergent commercial? You can't make that today. No, I'm serious. Not even like as a parody. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, the whitest of white women walk into an Asian-owned laundromat, right? She goes in and, Mr. Wang, how do you get my whites so white? Wink, wink, nod, nod. You guys remember what Mr. Wang's answer was? Oh, ancient Chinese secret. Seriously, that's within my lifetime. White people on this tip, give me a fucking break. This was, I think, maybe the late 80s, I remember. There was a commercial for Schlitz Malt Liquor Bull. Not the one with Billy D. Williams. Those were the late 70s
Mrs.
and the
Lindy.
early 80s. You guys remember that? That was a
That's right.
boy. But
Approach my
gang,
women correctly.
There was no script. There was no script to this commercial. It was set in a stereotypical, like, South Central LA type of setting. And it was a POV shot, like you were walking through this house. Again, no script, gang. No script. With the exception of a black person running from the cops, they legit hit every single fucking stereotype there was.
All right, now I need you to
Please go
stop
fuck
connecting
yourself.
to Windows
Now, as you're
Substance
walking
System for
through,
Linux.
you know, you got a group of black people over here playing the dozens or the snaps, right? Over here, you got fucking black women with fucking frosted tips in their hair, costume jewelry, neck rolling and fucking finger snapping, right? Over here in this corner, you got a group of black people. What are they doing? The electric slide. As you go downstairs, the little steps, you're in the backyard. This table, what are they doing? Slapping bones. What are they doing over here at this
How do I
table?
get the
Throwing spades
fuck
down.
outta here?
Who is manning the fucking grill? Some overweight black dude, no shirt, wearing like a fucking apron, right?
All right, let's see what the fuck happens.
Yeah, there's chicken on the fucking grill. I'm sure someone was, you know, smacking up some fucking cocaine, crack cocaine. That was the one thing that probably got edited out. But gang, the only words in this commercial, you see a black dude. He kneels down. He opens up fucking ice chest. You know what's in it? There's ice. And you know what else? Schlitz Malt Liquor Bull. The blue and the red. You guys remember what he said? Ain't this what it's all about? Fade to black. That was the commercial. Fuck me. You guys remember the stink about 5 years ago? Wasn't it like Aunt Jemima? And there was another product where they took this stereotypical fat, black, rosy-cheeked mammy, whatever that white headdress was, they pulled it. America can be so racist at times. When we try to eliminate racist symbols, we get upset. Put that fat black nigger back on my goddamn syrup bottle. What the fuck is wrong with you? The fat black Mamie stereotypical character, the one that raised your kids, and I still hear white people say it to me today. Was just like our family, Robert. Speaking as someone whose grandmother was that character, fuck you.
Hold
you know
on.
What? She may have been like your family.
Hold on. You're setting up my jobs, though? Wait, you're setting up my jobs? Don't act like you want to work. Nigga, don't act like you want to work. Stop acting like you want to work, Mabe. What? Setting up my jobs. This will result in 3 conditions. Condition 0, power 1. Yep, that's how we set it up. Condition 1, power 2. Condition 2, power 4. Uh-oh! SpaghettiOs. The following settings file will be used. Those are the right settings files. All right, now, if you wish to run, here's how you got to run this batch shit. You got to be like, boom, MQ, and then you got to put L. That means local. If I put D, that would mean deploy, like on a supercomputer, L. Do it. Do it. Oh, it's running. It's running. It's making data files. Daddy's doing his job. I'm done. That's it. The computer's running. Fuck it. That's what I do. It's what it's digital evolutionary biology. You're watching evolution happen in front of you. What am I doing? It doesn't matter what the fuck I do now. I'm doing my job. I'm automatically evolving shit. That's what happens. Look at me. I'm working real hard right now. Right now, I'm doing what they pay me to do. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. 600. We're about to break into. Oh my God. We're already in a set. We're about to go through 1,000 generations. We're about to go through 1,000 generations. Oh my goodness. I'm working so hard. Crazy. I don't know what they're talking about. There's digital shit evolving right there. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with y'all. Yep, time to get into the mode. I'm going to the bathroom, be right back. Uncle Bobby, hold the people down while the populations evolve. I'm busy.
She was my family. And when we couldn't get our grandmother or aunt for the holidays because they were busy cooking for yours, you can go fuck yourself. You think I like walking into a goddamn store and seeing that shit in my face? Right? And again, and it's not just black people. But more to the fucking point, gang. So when I hear this shit, where are all the white people in commercials today? Kate, you're still there. You're still there, right? Your problem is, Kate, is that it's not just that other racial groups, sexual identity, I just built as a professional. I mean, fuck me. There was a Super Bowl commercial. I'm looking at the clock. I don't want to make this the entire show. And I remember it was a Coca-Cola commercial. And they just showed a whole bunch of different types of people enjoying Coke. A heterosexual couple with kids, a Muslim couple, a Jewish couple, a black couple, a gay couple, a lesbian couple. They're just the whole mix. And I remember as soon as they faded to black, I told the people I was watching, this is getting a complaint before we wake up in the morning. You'll never guess what. God forbid we start to show that America is made out of more than just, in this case, white dudes. Right? And again, Kate, you should be fucking celebrating. Because you remember the commercial just from when I was a kid? When they showed a white woman, what was she doing? Making some dude's dinner, raising his fucking kids, giving him a cigarette to smoke, making his fucking drink. God forbid we fucking evolve up in this bitch. So let's hit a couple of these fucked up ass complaints, gang. So a great response was, not everyone looks like me on my TV. I can't. Totally sarcastic. I love that. I didn't get the person's permission, so I'm not going to give you their handle. But the response to that was, and this is in the negative, where was all this when they race swapped Ariel and posted videos of girls reacting to it? Again, gang, this is what you sound like when you've taken your privilege for granted.
All right, gang, let's wrap this shit up on a strong tip. Basically, listen, we've got to get the fuck up out of here. Get ready to watch football. We'll also be having a movie night. Probably going to watch some Cheers or some of our television shows. Probably watch some sports games, some ball games, whatever we want to do. But yeah, we're going to start with our football. Actually, gang, fuck it. Game's not on yet. Game doesn't come on for another while, so we could probably watch an episode of Cheers or two. I think Carrie Ann's back in the fucking game. So we took a night off. We were looking for Carrie Ann. But let's wrap this shit up with some conclusions. Conclusion number one. Your boy Pocket is back in the game. Your boy Pocket got his maid fixed. We got shape mating working. I'm about to be able to next week unleash the research on y'all asses. I got my fucking Python fucking working. I did what I said I was gonna do, right? The shit said shape mating works, but I have a Python bug. Guess what a nigga did? I no longer have a fucking Python bug. I fixed that shit. Got that shit straight. Fuck with me, all right? On top of that, we talked about Jordan Peterson thinking you gotta be brave to believe, if only. If only this nigga wasn't phony. Seriously, he's sitting on some foolishness. He sounds pretty wise if you're a fucking dumbass creatard that doesn't know to clean your room. Stop being ridiculous. Now, as far as what Uncle Bobby's talking about, let me spit some actual factuals to you. I'm all about what I call white replacement theory. Now, if it sounds like I'm sitting on some Tucker Carlson bullshit, let me just keep the math real simple for you. Say we got 100 jobs in the room. No flexibility in that. There's 100 motherfucking jobs because I said so. Now, white people, you've been getting like 95 of the jobs, let's say hypothetically, right? Maybe more, maybe less, who gives a shit? What inclusion means is you get fewer than that from now on. You might only get 80. You might only get 72. Shit, might only get 65. Now, y'all still like a majority of the motherfuckers, so you still gonna get a lot of the majority of the jobs, and it ain't gonna be anytime soon when somebody else is getting the majority of jobs in a white-dominated office or position or situation. You might have black and Latino-dominated offices in our black and Latino-dominated communities, but they ain't about to have a black-dominated law firm in the middle of fucking Sarasota anytime fucking soon, unless that's how they get down. But the point is, I'm sick of y'all fucking around with this fear-mongering. Yes, inclusivity means you don't get all of everything anymore. You get a little bit less of a percentage of shit so that other people could have some. As a matter of fact, the issue is that the rest of us are not getting proportionally what we should be getting based on how common we are in the population. So the rest of us have been getting oppressed and discriminated against, and we're just tired of it. So just quit fucking bitching. Compete. Go to sleep. Go to school. Work hard. You'll be fine. Who gives a fuck if you know what the Little Mermaid is? A fictional character made up by Disney or who the fuck ever. And next time Disney or Pixar or whoever the fuck decides to change one of their characters' fucking skin color, they can fucking do that. Because it's a fictional fucking character. Just like when my mother wants to give my grandparents fucking a manger scene where Jesus and the Virgin Mary and all the shepherds and all of them motherfuckers happen to be black. Do you know what's wrong with that? Absolutely fucking nothing, because God is a fictional character. There's no consequences for doing such a thing because it really doesn't matter. You can make a Chinese nativity scene, a Jewish nativity scene, a Christian nativity scene, a black, a white, a yellow, a green, a orange, or a purple nativity scene, and it won't matter because God, like Ariel, is a fictional character made up. And even if Jesus was real, the stories we tell about him certainly are not, so who gives a fuck? Nobody's running around complaining when you make white Jesus, huh? How about that? How about that? If y'all want to trade, y'all think these fucking creotards and theotards want to trade, y'all? Let's make a trade. We will keep quote unquote Ariel historically accurate, okay? So the Little Mermaid has to be white. And James Bond has to be white. Y'all see where this is going? Historically accurate. St. Nicholas has to look like he's fucking from Turkey. Princess Diana has to look British than a motherfucker. Shaft's ass needs to be black as night every single time. But Mulan, that bitch need to be of Asian persuasion unless I'm going to unleash an invasion because the shit is not historically accurate. But I am ranting and raving if Jesus does not look like a cross between Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden. Because if Jesus Christ of Nazareth, hold up, y'all, hang on, let's do some experimentation. Also, go fuck yourself. I just evolved 9 populations for 1,000 generations, literally less than the time we've been talking. That's how fast Mabe is. So if you're a creationist, you're fucked because evolution works and I just did it. Sorry, it's my job. All right, now, anyway, let's go see where is Nazareth on the map. Where's Nazareth? Show me Nazareth. Nazareth, a city in Israel. Oh, Israel. Inhabited by Muslim Arab citizens. Well, what the fuck do Muslim Arab citizens look like? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. Why aren't they white with straight brown hair? Why don't they look like Michelangelo or Da Vinci's gay lover? Hold on. Wait. This has to be wrong. This is some. Wait, what is it? In Israel. Okay, let's see what people. This got to be better. Israel. What do people look like in Israel? Uh-oh. They don't look like white Jesus. They don't. Wait a second. You mean white, long, straight hair Jesus isn't historically accurate to what Israeli people 2,000 years ago looked like? Are y'all sure y'all want to go down this path? Y'all sure y'all want to fight this fight? Y'all sure y'all want to? Y'all sure y'all want to have this situation? All right. Anyway, we gonna dip up out of here because YouTube sucks and Gather's fun. Come to Gather, y'all. We gonna watch a show, whatever. Get ready for this motherfucking football game. Have some fun. Rest of y'all. Peace out. If you don't have the links, I guess you're not invited. Hit me up on Discord, and maybe you could get invited. But yeah, y'all. Let's go to Gather. Gather. Meet me and Gather. In the name of the Darwin and the Dawkins and the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you all. Said I'm gone.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax in my conscience. Brian James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Took the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl was a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. You can see it at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute, just the front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at, started ballin' now I'm Chris Paul and Cat. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may use approved electronic devices, but note that some items may not be used at any time during the flight. You'll find a list of approved